Cheers, Spaghetti Adventures. Glad to be of help. But enough talking about overpriced synthesizers. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. Although, if anybody wants to mail me old used synthesizers that you don't want anymore, just let me know. We can talk. I can't afford them, but because that shit's expensive. It's like I can either pay taxes next year or I can buy more synthesizers, and I think I want to pay taxes next year. So, this fortress, okay, has this. This is what we built yesterday. This is what we spent almost all of yesterday building. This goddamn pump stack, which goes all the way down to here and is going to go all the way up. And this pump stack, chat, you guys can say hi YouTube because we're in the Dwarf Fort side of things now, is going to fill this area up for aesthetics. But we're also going to route it in two other directions that I haven't fully decided yet. And I need to lock a bunch of doorways over here. It's done? Yes, it is. I can lock this doorway. I wonder if this dwarf's gonna drown. Because they're just standing on ice. I hope not, dude. Anyway. So, the goal for today is to get a lava bucket filling system set up. Is to get lava forges set up. And, hi YouTube, remember to take your meds. Exactly. So lava defense with lava buckets and magma forges for better weapons, and so I can finally stop making coke, and glass, and probably more things. More bedrooms. Maybe we can actually turn the population up. Deal with the last few dwarves that are still throwing fucking tantrums, man. And yeah, that's basically it. We've got some stuff that we gotta finish doing. Let's give the soldiers a break. We need to give the soldiers an actual place to train instead of just like a square on the floor. As soon as he runs out. I mean, so our mayor's office right here, chat, I'm very proud of this, has a chalk pedestal covered in coke and a schist pedestal with a blowgun on it. Which, frankly, and also just like random pairs of pants on the table. That checks out. And the mayor, of course, being the Ben R. So Ben here is our mayor, who is his coke and blowgun. Unrelated. As for the dwarves in the fort currently, we have Acre, Baka Glass, Bridge the Squid, Cornithrum, Cameron, and Darius Cardron, as well as Docfem, Elfie Bean, Flykick, and Fudiheko Kesper. Gimli, I am Angry Dan, who is very angry. Kiliot and King the Space Disco Fox, Korab L and Lyagushka, as well as Magos Nashoid and Nikolaf and Nazel, Nutwick, and Ordith. Next to Pandasaurus Rex, Paul Harvey and Proud Nime, and Raybrit and Raging Cavill, and I had to burp. And Red Nass, Stone, Tellen Artho, Ben, of course, and Tyler and UGDPY. As for the fort itself, we are on the ocean floor. So we got some work that we still need to do with this. We got to take down those. But primarily, like I said, plan for today is to get in-wall heating for these, and make the bedrooms a little nicer. We can also like automate garbage disposal once we have lava and things, which will be nice. But yeah, that is currently what we are working on. Apparently, we got a lot of store item and bin jobs. But we got to finish doing this down here, and figure out where else we're going to head off with this. And we're also going to need to put in some floodgates and do a few other things before we can actually pump lava. And I need to figure out where I'm going to get 2,260 power. Because, like, how much power are these generating? 280? So I have an option. I can either build, like, 2 billion windmills, or we can try and do water power, which I don't have set up at all right now. So, kind of tempted to do windmills, though. I think windmills fit the aesthetic of the fort more. So I'm kind of thinking about seeing it, like, if I put a windmill up here, is it going to be powered? You know? And then just putting windmills on the roof of every single house and using those. I think that would be fun. Impractical and slow, but, like, fun, you know? But we'll also need to chop down more trees. So I think I'm going to go up here and we're going to pack down everything. Although, don't worry, it's not possible for me to upset the elves because they're not even on this continent, so don't have to worry about them. Holland? Kind of, I guess. Holland or anywhere with a lot of dikes. Vancouver has a lot of dikes. They shall shake their fists furiously over the pond. I mean, yeah. Put them on the walls of the dam. Yeah, I mean, we could do that, or I could, like, build a top bit of the tower and put them up here and, like, connect power to this. You know? We could also do that, right? Because I do have the tower that goes all the way up to here, and I kind of need to build a roof on this at some point. Bring in the lumber mills. Yeah. So, you know, we got lots of access in place. Also, this is our most recent construction. This is the Weavers Guild, which is now officially satisfied, which is good because they asked me to make this ages ago and I failed like twice to make it. We're going to kind of go around the edge there, do a little bit of this. You have 2 elves in your house? Casualty? I'm confused. Also, Banana Unlimited. It's good to see you. Same with you, Rock Jitsu. And Commander Honk, hello. Eating lunch for you. Don't eat my lunch. God damn it. I need that. How else am I going to make it through this 10-hour stream? Got random gold rings showing up everywhere, which is kind of strange. Like, kind of really strange, actually. Oh, also, there's been 245,365,299 different Forgotten Beasts in this fort. They're like 4 times a season. The Forgotten Beast Rethi has come, a towering humanoid composed of ash. It has a short tail and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. We also literally had Godzilla, which was a giant lizard that breathes fire and had wings. So, you know, that's good. You bought a house, you've been busy? Wow. Congrats. That's a valid reason to not watch stream for a while, I think. Thanks for the nice bits. Hire Stupid. Appreciate you, mate. Bat that beast on the nose and it'll disintegrate. Yeah, this one would disintegrate pretty quick. Although, depending on what the dust does. Could be dangerous. And it walks off the map. Nope. Not sure if there's anything else down there for it to fight right now, but Another thing I gotta do is rock cabinet, rock coffer. Kind of wish I had claystone. I really don't. So I will use chalk. Let's make 100 of each. And we're going to go back down to that layer with all the rocks on it. And we're going to get them to mine out more of this. We actually managed to run out of rocks yesterday, which was wild. A lot of people didn't believe me, and I was like, yeah, we ran out of rocks. It's crazy, isn't it? You love when Forgotten Beasts show up and then immediately get clapped. I love it when they immediately die to something that you can't see, like something that's just invisible. Always amuses me. And currently, we are just mining all of this out. Mining out so much rock. Because I ran out of boulders and didn't even realize it, so... Frosty the Gnome. I don't think that they would melt, but snow-made Forgotten Beasts kind of have a habit of it just suddenly exploding, which is always very funny. Oh, totally, yes. Oh, did you leave your top hat back at home? Well, I'm glad that you grabbed it. Ba-da-da. The bright side of the really good Forgotten Beast music is we get to hear music all the goddamn time. Oh man, Van Ori. Going to prison again, I think. My Captain of the Guard has been very busy in this fort. Captain of the Guard, of course, is a dwarf from the previous fort, Nuzzle. Who, you know, did pretty well in their time in the military and now is just simply chief enforcer of the fortress, which is good to see. Fort's still running at good frame rates, although not quite as good as I would like them to. What are you eating? Okay, just a raw Nautilus. Yep, same world as Heatstone, specifically. Gonna go chain up one of my best spear dwarves. Suboptimal to say the least. They're hotter. The thing is, Forgotten Beasts made of fire are so hot they just evaporate all water, right? Also, apparently Blizzard is putting PvE content into Overwatch 2 and they're just charging for it. Which is kind of whack. As Blizzard does. Seems like it. So it's like, yo, we canceled the PvE content. Actually, no, we didn't, but we are charging you for it. Kind of disingenuous. Gotta say, big fan. Keep at it, Blizzard. Making yourselves look great every day. It's not what was promised, that too. But the stuff they are doing, you have to pay for. Because it was the hero missions that they promised that got canceled, if I'm not mistaken. We bashing the second siphon on your wallet? I like to bash Blizzard because it's easy. Bass backwards, yes. It's just like I like to make fun of Bethesda games because, again, it's easy. Not because I actually have a horse in that race, nor do I particularly care. It's just, it's fun and easy. Overwatch 2 seemed just like a way to get around the promise that they made in Overwatch 1 wouldn't have microtransactions. I think it was just an excuse to get Overwatch in the press again. That's how it read to me. Like, realistically? Pretty sure that's all it is. You love Bethesda games, but you also have fun making fun of them. Yeah, and I think that's a good, healthy relationship to have with your video games. Like, I won't actually be mean to them, but I will state that, like, they don't make RPGs, they make action-adventure games. At least, they haven't made an RPG since Morrowind. Oh yeah, it's free, right? Naturally. How else are you gonna pay for all of this free stuff? This is good. This dwarf is repentant, so hopefully, they repent. How long do I play DF? Every day or in total? I first downloaded it in 2009. Also, hey, Whiskey. Okay, so let's see. First project of the day. Let's get this finished. I will turn on Dwarf Redemptions at some point in the next 10 minutes. So keep an eye. But it took me a long time to learn Dwarf Fortress. So even though I first downloaded it in 2009, I wouldn't say I really started learning it until about 2014, and didn't learn it well until like 2017. So it took a while. But learning processes was way slower back then with this game. It took long-term, like, I'm gonna commit to this, which I didn't really do until 2017. Oops. That was definitely the wrong type of block. Looks like everything. Hello, Ranger Rick. Do I not? I do have gem cutters down here. I was about to say, I'm like, do I not have gem cutters? Just kind of want to get all of these gems into a spot. I think I have enough track stops that I can do this. I have pretty high hopes for Avowed. It certainly won't be Morrowind, but... Kobolds? Yeah, it was Kobolds. Screwbilbus is back. Welcome back, Screwbilbus. Means the goblins are going to arrive shortly. Yeah, honestly, Avowed is one of the few games that's out of the Xbox conference that I go, yeah, I'm probably going to play that. And I don't generally say that about that type of RPGs, but Avowed is Obsidian's new RPG, which is in the, what's it called? Pillars of Eternity universe, but it's like a first-person game and it looks kind of a lot like a Bethesda RPG. It's foiled again by Dwarven Vision, pretty much. Once again, we foiled their plot by simply seeing them before they got into the fort. Death of Fish, congratulations, you used to be rich. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Death of Fish, who used to be rich? Yeah, no, I think Elden Ring is probably the closest thing to like an actual free and open RPG that's released in recent memory. Although even then, I would say it's more of an action adventure game than an RPG. Which isn't a bad thing. So this is going to be a little reservoir for our metal industry. Chat's all on about spiderweb software stuff, which is interesting. I can't remember the last time my chats talked about spiderweb software without me being the one to bring it up. So this is going to be reservoir for our metal industry. Which, just for reference, doesn't actually block anything. Good. No, you can't multi-rich in this stream. It's a once per stream event. It really kind of looks like Avowed to me, just at a glance, kind of just looks like a Bethesda RPG, but with guns. But it's made by Obsidian, who I trust significantly more than Bethesda. So this is going to be that reservoir, and then I'm going to do another reservoir, thinking like up here. Which is going to be for defenses. Oh, hey, the neighboring building next to mine's fire alarm's going off. Cool. At least it's not mine for once. All of these seem semi-worthwhile and worth checking out. Yeah, I'm sure you would have found out about them eventually. It is neat to have some games in development, though, that I'm like, ooh, that, might actually be interesting. That might actually be interesting. All right, well, that's going to take a little bit of mining, and I want to get most of these boulders out of here. This is all conglomerate, though. Yeah, without flux iron's the way to go, unless you can import flux. None of them. I've never played a Spiderweb software game. I just like Jeff Vogel's vlogs. Or not vlogs, blogs. Although I disagree with him on a lot of his takes. He's kind of like the weird uncle at the Christmas party, but for like the game dev scene. So, you know, the weird uncle that like everybody acknowledges and says hi to, but like doesn't talk to because he drinks too much. He's like that. That's kind of the character that he plays in like the modern indie game scene. You don't think you'll be able to shut up about it? Yeah, that's fair. Clockwork Revolution? I'm really tired of games just being steampunk for the sake of being steampunk, so it's going to have to do something interesting, I think. Did I play Pentiment? Nope, I have no interest. No interest in Pentiment. Looks cool, though, aesthetically. It's just not a game I want to play. What kind of, floodgates do I has? Conglomerate, okay. It also didn't help that Pentiment came out while Dwarf Fortress was like at peak. Dog has been missing for a week. Must have died of old age. My mayor, Ben, has given birth to a baby girl. It's all that coke, clearly. I never played Guns of Icarus. Looked neat, but yeah, I don't like Don't Starve. It's not for me. You played that so much with friends? Yeah, I bought it, but never had enough friends to actually play it. Oh no. Am I colliding with Aquifer? Yes, I am. That's slightly annoying. Well, I'll let them dig out up to the Aquifer and we'll make it work. Slap some gears. No, it's glue on gears and call it steampunk, I think is the term you're looking for. I was talking about not having enough friends to play Guns of Icarus online. Not for Don't Starve. Pentiment seems like an RPG for history buffs, and I'm really not a history buff. Also, that game is like 40 hours long, I've been told, and it's a fuckload of reading. And unless I'm extraordinarily into the setting, I'm not going to play a game like that. The last game like that I played that was just a fuckload of reading was Citizen Sleeper, because I was super into the setting and the whole pitch for that. I will absolutely play Citizen Sleeper 2. But outside of Citizen Sleeper, good luck making me play a game like that. Can't be filling with water if it's filled with lava. Yeah, but it's kind of like steampunk. Unless you like put all the good transhumanism stuff and like actual real world commentary, it's not really cyberpunk, right? And steampunk has has elements of that, and I think a lot of media that tries to be that just kind of misses the point. So you won, Raging Cave. Yes. Congrats. Clary, what kind of dwarf would you like? I can let you see the list. We have many miners, several stoneworkers, some carpenters and woodcutter. We have some we have a singular trapper. We have blacksmith. We have crafts dwarves. We have legendary beekeeper, apparently. And various other, although this might be a military dwarf, various other jobs down here as well as pump operators and various people along the lines of like a tavern keeper and we have several available doctors as well and a bunch of children. Beekeeper? Yeah. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is sloppy with his living space, and is prone to strong feelings of lust. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and occasionally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is rarely and likes a little excitement now and again. He can handle stress, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And he finds those that have a different appearance. He is quite comfortable around those that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and is currently more rude. Runs his fingers through his hair when he's annoyed, and he exhales sharply when he gets angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and values romance. Likes calcite, lay pewter, and adventuring. Great giant axolotl tooth and the color brass. Scourges and crowns and crowmen for their intelligence. The words of the style of lace and the sound of the meandering mother and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume giant giraffe and rice beer, and absolutely hates toads. He has a once thin frame, which is now ballarded. His hair is somewhat greasy, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His teeth are crowded, and his head is extremely narrow, and his eyebrows are quite sparse. His hair is white, and his skin is raw umber, and his eyes are gold. And relations-wise, he has a lover and some kids, and none of them live here, so left his family. He's interested when watching performance. Actually has two lovers. Satisfied at work. Does this dam have a temple? It has two. It has the Chapel of Calls, which is here, and then it's got the generic everything temple for everybody, which is just a big old empty room with a bunch of god-dedicated temples in it. And a forbidden steel boot, apparently. You sound like a delight. I'm sure you are. No glass. No cut glass. Just gems and stones. And there they go. And then here, no cut glass. No rough glass. Let's take a peek at our work orders. Coffers are coming along. Chests are coming along. Start those up. Because these dwarves all need clothing storage places. As you can see, some of them also need storage for other things as well. The ocean has now thawed. Well, water kind of exploded out of here a little bit, but it's fine. It's gonna have muddy cells. These dwarves are all going to have personal items to put away pretty soon. Yep, they store their clothes in their cabinets if they're in their bedroom. And they also store items in chests. So, like, for example, which one has a crown in it? This one has a crown in it, right? So this crown will go into into this chest or coffer once they have space. Oh, shit, we actually got migrants. We haven't gotten migrants for a couple of years. We've always been under siege in mid-spring. Tried to go back to Wandering Village, but all your science was obsoleted because they made farming better. Oh, really? Maybe I should check back in with that. Where do they hide artifacts they steal? They don't steal artifacts unless they are, what's the word? Someone's bleeding. One of my stonecutters is throwing a tantrum and made somebody start bleeding. Who's bleeding? Who did you attack? Sygum? Where's Sygum? Yeah, if they've been corrupted by a outside influence, then they pass it to the outside influence who corrupted them. And then they leave the map with it, so they don't hide them. Oh, it's a child. No, it's not. Well, if it was a child, they stopped bleeding already. Never mind. It was a craftsdwarf, not a child, who died on the way to hospital. God damn. What did you do? Got punched in the throat, punched in the lower body, punched in the right, while lying down and falling over. Punched in the right upper leg. Punched in the left arm. You're loving all these Hydra statues? I hate how low quality the art is on the Hydra statues. They're just all pixelated. Well, at least we, plenty of witnesses. We are slowly fixing the general moods of the fort, though. Hello, Laya. How you doing? Yeah, they don't hide artifacts in the fort. They hide them outside of the fort. I love how this dwarf is sleeping in the bed with the body. Great. Or actually resting in the bed with the body. There's a bunch of other hospital beds, but I choose the one with the body in it. So much blood. And one of my weavers has withdrawn from society. Probably gonna go make clothing, I would assume. So this is where this ends. It's still warm. Oh, God. That's disturbing on many levels. You'll never get that mace back. Not unless they figure out where it was located. Which rumors can tell you that. Remember how I said that there's a billion forgotten beasts on this map? The forgotten beast Ustru has come, a scaly shrimp, and it has thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Its chestnut scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its fire. A shrimp, hey? That does not look like a shrimp game. That's a spider. It's stuck. That's very funny. It's stuck, chat. Spicy shrimp. Where can I trap this thing? Looks like it's in a good spot. Work's already done. Now I want to get it out of there. We'll put a trapdoor here and this door here. Lock it in here. And I'm going to use this thing as part of my defenses, methinks. It looks like a barrel with a thing with a barrel strapped to its back. Huh. So apparently there was a test build uploaded to the Steam servers 19 hours ago, but not in a branch that we have access to. So there's a hidden development branch that I don't have access to, that none of us have access to, and apparently that was updated 19 hours ago. Putnam's cooking something? Hopefully. I mean, like I said earlier in the stream, I spoke with Kit Fox earlier today, and they said that there should be they have an update scheduled for before Friday, but they don't know what day exactly. And also, apparently Tarn hasn't reached out to them in about 4 days. So. Now the question is, who's the brave dwarf that's going to break into this? Hopefully they're good at running. Well, it can't come out this Friday because Kit Fox doesn't work on Friday, and Kit Fox are the people that push the go button on the updates because they have to do a write-up with, like, the, what's it called, patch notes and whatnot. Send out a notice and all that jazz. So it has to be out before Friday, or it's not coming out this week. So hopefully this week. Because if it comes out next week, then I won't be able to make a video of it until Wednesday. So I will not have a computer when I'm in Montreal. Which means I hope it's out before then. And if it's out today, maybe I can get a video with Putnam out before I leave. Not too confident on that one. But it would literally need to be out today for me to be able to do that. All right, let's trap this thing somewhere safe. Let's see who the brave dwarf is who's going to come down here and do this. Because this is our fire shrimp. And it's Stone who's going to do the digging. Good luck, Stone. Run away, Stone. Better run. Better move. You Muthcat? Tisk tisk. You're on fire, you're already dead. What's your name? Well, your body will never be found, Muthcat. Rest in peace to Muthcat. And Doc Pseudopoulos, thank you very much for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. My fire shrimp. It's a shrimp that shoots fireballs. We're going to use it as part of the front door defenses. Just need to figure out where those are going to be because I haven't decided yet.
Crypt lurk, crypt fear.
I didn't even hear that.
Bring out your dead!
There we go. Brander buddy, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Hope you've been doing all right, dude. You'd put the front door defense near the front door. The problem is there's two sides of the ocean I could put it on. So it's probably going to just require a lot of additional construction. Because I have this door, and then I have...
Nice pet. What is its name?
This door. That's up to chat, not me, Prismatic. Also, hi, Prismatic. What's up, dude? Just need one more person to take part and resub or cheer 100 bits, and then we can have a hype train. High tempura, more like. High tempura. See it? Get it? Mm-hmm. There we go. Now our captain of the guard is happy. Mayor wants barrels. I might as well just make 10. Probably need more anyway. Dr. Rick DK, thank you very much for paying forward that gift sub. Cheers. Thanks to the decent guy who paid for it. Yeah, I saw the picture. Well, thank you very much for the little hype train, chat. Cheers. All right, so from there, I need to fill in this because obviously the pattern I was going for ain't gonna work because there's an aquifer here. Unless I just kind of force it, which may end up with like random bits of obsidian in it, which I kind of don't want to do. So we're just going to start filling this in with conglomerate. Guess we'll just go to like basically right there, all the way along. So I'll smooth that as a fill-in line. I know where to dig to. There we go. Dwarf has been missing for a week. Muthcat. Rest in peace. Now we are finally starting to get a gems infinite stockpile set up so that we can just be cutting gems for all eternity. Have dwarves that actually have jobs. Kind of looks nice, the jagged edge contracting with the smooth walls of the room. Yeah, I don't necessarily like it though, so. Bozo died carrying a stone. Pretty much. Died to a giant shrimp. A giant little thing. Imagine dying to a giant fire-breathing shrimp. I can't because they don't exist. Yet? Well, nobody's invented them yet, so call me once they're invented. At least it's not one of those punching shrimp. GMO's gonna change that. You know the sad thing about GMOs is the initial idea behind GMOs was like, yo, we can solve world hunger by just growing massive food. The problem is instead they're like, hey, yo, we can charge more for it if it's massive. was like, hey, let's make low-quality, massive food that we can use to solve world hunger. But instead, a peacock mantis shrimp, I think that's the one. Whichever one, like, has, like, the hardest punch in the universe or whatever. Although I think I'd rather get punched than blasted with a ball of fire. But instead, we made more money. Yeah! Just received a press release saying that Brotato is releasing out of early access on June 23rd. So that's the thing. So many press releases right now. It's hard for me to keep up with them. Shrimp are just Street Fighter Ryu? I mean, they absolutely should just put a shrimp in. No, they wouldn't put a shrimp into Street Fighter. That would be more of a Tekken thing. If they were to put a shrimp into a fighting game, it would be Tekken. When it's time for news, press release, pretty much. When it's that season, right? Launching fireballs, strongest punches, spinning helicopter kicks. I'm pretty sure everything in Dwarf Fortress has a spinning helicopter kick. The fact that there isn't a Street Fighter mod for DF yet is kind of whack to me. Anyway, chat, thank you very much for the little hype train. Very kind of you. Yesterday was kind of bonkers, so I don't really expect anything crazy to happen today, but it all means a lot, regardless. I'm going to smooth this, give the dwarf some crafting, and then know where I can dig. Middle management robot, you just missed the hype train. Thank you very much for the tier 2 for the 7th month. Welcome back. There was one person who commented, "Yay, you're going on vacation. I might actually be able to catch up with Heatstone now." I was like, Heatstone's done. We're on to a new fort. And they were like, oh. You know, we got to get those guys that made the Ace of Seafood on the case. I'm sure somebody could do that. Sure someone could make that. That's exactly what we're catching up on Heatstone? It's like, yay, blind's going away, I can catch up. It's like your only opportunity, really. Dwarves up there smoothing. Dwarves down here building. You're still watching Waterlungs? Waterlungs is so far back in comparison. But hey, if you're enjoying Waterlungs, then Waterlungs is working as intended. The other thing I gotta be working on is how am I going to power this? I really like the idea of just putting windmills on the roof of everything. So I'm going to start with here. I'm going to place, using sand pear, and we'll see if these have power. They do. I'm just going to start putting windmills on the roof of everything. Is 101 the max population? My population cap is currently set at 115, but technically there is no maximum population. The maximum population is your frame rate drop tolerance. The more frame rate you're willing to play without, the higher population you can set. I've seen people with forts of like 450. But I do have it hard capped right now because this fort has been a slow construction project, meaning it's taken a while to get things done. Welcome back, Trim. Or get angry when you build windmills? I mean, there are dwarves that get angry when you build above ground. They're building that and smoothing all this. I don't actually need to smooth all of this, but I'm gonna mine out one line all the way around the edge. Going to put a door here. I think on this layer, I'm just going to... Yeah, I think on this layer, I'm just going to not do anything because there's water there. But I want to just build a pretty pattern on a layer, and I'm not sure where. Guess I could just do it here. Well, one of the big updates to windmills in this version is that you can connect power directly to the sides of windmills. You can either go directly through the center, or you can just attach to the side like this, and they work. So because I want this to be a machine fort, I'm thinking about having like windmills on every roof, all connected with axles. Yeah. So connect these two like this kind of deal. Use almond for the axles and connect them like that, and then that works. And then using vertical axles, you can go up and down and whatnot. Because I just want to have power everywhere. But these are going to take a little while to construct because I got way too many jobs running right now, such as all of this. Yeah, mills can transfer power. They work like, they work the same way as, what are they called? They work the same way as just the gear assemblies, like the gear connectors. Also dig out a little square here, and this is going to be for power. Yeah, they're just really power-hungry gear assemblies. So instead of using 10 power, they use however much power a gear assembly uses, which I think is 2. I also kind of slept like shit last night. Woke up at like 5 in the morning starving for some reason, got up, ate breakfast, and then went back to bed. And then when I woke back up, I woke up with a pretty bad tummy ache. It's been a shitty morning. Been trying to just be like upbeat and happy, but boy. Don't you just love it when your body just completely retaliates for some reason? And you're just like, why are you doing this to me? I just want to have a normal day. This is the most confusing negative Dwarf Fortress review I've ever seen. Really fun game that's also hampered by being really buggy, and they have 2.4 hours. How many bugs can you really run into in 2.4 hours? World gen bugs, I guess? They're complaining about mouse lag, which is about to be fixed. Which is going to be fixed by the SDL2 update. Sounds about right, please. Were you powering said minecarts? Your upper body hates it? Oh boy. Yeah, that's no fun. Maybe he picked a biome with lots of insects. Yeah, that or maybe they've played a whole bunch on older versions or something. I don't know. It's hard to tell with Steam. I mean, most biomes are full of, like... You know, I just gotta complain. This video came out today. Heist Kitty. This used to be called Grand... It was Meow Theft Neko Heist Kitty. And they changed it to just Heist Kitty, and that upsets me. And the studio's called Let Me Out Games. It really annoys me that this Grand Theft Auto clone where you play as cats had to be renamed. Were they sued? I hope so. Well, it was called Meow Theft Neko Heist Kitty. And it's like, we don't even need to pretend. We know exactly what that is. Well done. Also, it has mixed reviews, so, you know, I'm sure it's terrible, but... I just remember, I saw that on the, like, Steam Coming Soon lists not too long ago and was like, really? Wow. They're able to do that? Turns out you can't, I guess. If they did it, the Trevor Cat. I mean, Trevor Cat would just constantly be brutally murdering a mouse, right? Oh boy. A force of vile and darkness has arrived and they are seeking a parley. I'm going to accept the parley because I do not have the defenses to fight this right now. So I'm going to approve the parley, or also this dwarf dies right now. Let's follow the mayor and see what artifact they want. It's interesting looking at this dwarf. I guess like her current kid that she's carrying, this baby, must have taken after dad, because dad has very darker skin tones, whereas most of her other kids don't. Well, actually, I guess Zephon kind of does. It's interesting how mixed races in DF works. Do you have dreams? Tell me a story, says the mayor. She's off to go attend the parley now. Send out the shrimp. Like I said, I don't really have a setup right now to easily fight or defend, so I would rather not. I think the correct thing to say is snorting catnip off of a pussy. Get it right. The goblin curs as the crazed meditation is property of our people. What is the crazed meditation? Ah, my pig iron spear. Yeah, you can have that. In exchange for not having to fight. Was that a Stray reference? No, we're talking about Heist Kitty, which is a bad-looking video game, which is a very blatant Grand Theft Auto parody. That came out today on Steam and currently has pretty bad reviews, but where you play as cats. And then in chat they mentioned Banana Unlimited mentioned or snorting catnip off a cat hooker, and I said, come on, snorting catnip off of a pussy, get it right. So, you know, that's all it is. We're just making cat jokes, don't worry about it. Certainly was not a Stray reference. Oh, we will absolutely take it back with returns. And Elfie's just like facepalming so hard that she has to draw it. Just need to follow the laser pointer, CJ. Yeah. But anyway. Ad's about to run. A very different game from Stray, yeah. Do I play any Paradox interactive games? Does Cities Skylines count? I don't play any of their grand strategy games. Too expensive. Mostly, to be honest. And there they go. That does actually improve the relations with the goblins, which is kind of interesting. Oh, sweet. There actually is power down here. Okay, so how much power is this generating? 200. Okay. It's kind of neat that it does actually improve relations with the goblins, which all that actually means is that they send smaller armies for a bit. I have no interest in their grand strategy games. Should be my actual response to that. Them being too expensive is kind of an excuse, but genuinely I have no interest in them. Connect these two together. Tile of Dolomite. The last Paradox game I tried to stream was Imperator Rome, and it was famously reported as by my audience as the most boring stream that you've ever done. And that kind of sealed that, like, yeah, Crusader Kings, Imperator Rome, all of these games that I've tried to stream in the past, I just do a very, 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 very bad job streaming them. And don't really have any interest in putting the time in off stream to learn them to a point where I wouldn't be boring. So honestly, for me, it's just kind of a... I've had no fun the few times I've tried and have no real interest in trying harder. Doesn't matter. They all feel that boring to me. Not really. I like roguelikes and colony builders. I don't really like grand strategy games. I don't even really stream 4X games. Go on, banana. I'm waiting. Pressing enter too early? Expand, exploit, exterminate, explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. What would be the fifth one? Bad? No, that's just what happens when you play too many video games. In general. Exfoliate? Xenophobia? That's just, well, Stellaris? Extrapolate? Extort? Like a 4X crime game featuring extortion? Explode is just the end of Civ when Gandhi gets angry. I don't know. What's up, Z-San? Exterminate and then exterminatus. It'd be good for a mafia-based 4X? 5X. I vote xylophone. It's a 4X played with a xylophone. Build your empire and then escape from it? Isn't that just... Well, I mean, obviously not a 4X, but, like, isn't that just Tropico? Put as much money into your Swedish bank account as possible and then GTF the fuck out? But yes, I'm here for the xylophone. A music-based 4X. Let's go. Explore, expand, exploit, Exodia. I mean, that's just like typing in die, die, die in Age of Empires. Also, I realize this is suboptimal. I don't care. I'm doing this for aesthetics. If I wanted optimal, I'd be using water wheels. Damn right, Necrid. Music-based 4X is a brilliant idea. Somebody just got slapped by something because suddenly there was blood on the ground. No crimes, though. Humans are here to trade. Let's trade with them. Actually, let's hold on. Humans, I've got a problem. There's too many bodies, okay? And frankly, I really need somebody to get rid of these. Aw, man, they won't accept body parts. All right, fine. I'll wait for the dwarves to sell body parts then. Let's give you all these shoes, all these, 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 all these. You can give all of your body parts to dwarves and they'll take them. They won't pay you for them, but they'll take them. Very easy way to get rid of a bunch of body bits. I will do that dwarf in a sec. Just think about what kind of dwarf you'd like. I'm currently selling stuff I don't need. So I've got a lot of random socks and stuff around the fort. Cook or brewer or a kid? Beard or no beard? Either? Okay. Give you a happy brewer or a happy cook, and if I don't have either available, then I will give you a child dwarf. After I finish selecting all of these likings. All right. I apparently don't have any brewers or cooks. Do I have anybody brewing? Not currently. Got wood burners, soap makers, pressers, and dyers, gelders. That kind of thing, so we'll go with child then. Let's go with id. It was 11. I'm very happy. I'll just go with bioactive, sans the 420, 420. Find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. At times to his detriment. He would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth a point of view in a discussion, and can be very happy and optimistic and has a very calm demeanor. He can be made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, and he has a strong sense of duty, though he still views loyalty in a dim light, at least in the abstract. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he rarely feels discouraged, and he is quick to anger. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is slow to trust others, and he occasionally overindulges, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and disregards tradition, finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and views loyalty unfavorably. Does not care about fairness, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Id likes pudding stone, bismuth, and golden beryl, gray langur, and leather, and linen fabric, and the color green-yellow. Flasks and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and garlic plants for their cloves, and the sound of the lace of adoring him impossible, prefers to consume fire imp and rye beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. He is thin and very muscular. He has a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and his ears are very splayed out. His hair is light brown, and his skin is peach, and his eyes are bronze. He's 11 years old, the child of Art of Stuttering, rest in peace, and Kosoth, the captain of the guard. Your mom's a cop. You have a younger brother. A lip licker? Lip licker. Well, we're getting these all constructed slowly. Let's bring a broker up here to trade. Let's get the pumps back up and running. Gotta get the flavor of beer off your lips. This is true. Beer is a very important flavor. back at that point where I've got Steam database up and I'm just refreshing it constantly looking for updates. Old habits. Gross. Banana. Just fucking gross, mate. Buy their cheese. Let's trade. Oh, really? It's too heavy for them? What's something heavy I can buy from you? Iron anvils. Those are heavy. Trade. Gave them a crappy artifact too, as a bonus. Shampoo gets the taste of bear? This just in, banana eats bears. Take that with what you will. I'm gonna grab all this. Wait for rose gold. And that. Your response is you're saving it for later. No comment. What's up, Whammick? Doing all right, Sim. Got an upset tummy today, but getting by. How you been, dude? What you been up to? We're just dwarfing away, as I have been, continuing to. Drained an ocean. It's no biggie, but did still drain an ocean. Not sure how this bag got down here. Wouldn't it be unfortunate if I clicked on this bag and it had a dead child in it? It's like evil goblin steals child, runs across ocean with it, ocean thaws. Could happen. Paul, what's up? Raising your kids and trying to get sleep. I was gonna say, I don't think like playing WoW and getting sleep and kids is a thing that's possible. It's like you can do two of those things. You can't do all three. I will never forget when WoW Classic came out, and somebody I vaguely know through the internet was like, "I love having kids," and then someone else just like asked why, and he goes, "Because I don't need to level my classic WoW characters anymore. I pay them $5 an hour in allowance to level my characters for them, but they're not allowed to do any main quests." I was just like, that's either peak dad or just like, you're a horrible person. I can't tell which. It's genius. It's like, well, they want to play the video game, so let the kids play the game. It's like, you know, it's like paying somebody to level your account back in the day, but like you trust them and they're not actually going to steal your stuff. Well, it's how they earn their allowance. They play WoW on dad's account. Which I assume they then just go spend on Fortnite or something. Wait, you did that for your parents in EverQuest? That's fantastic. Your dad got in on the tail of the private betas for OG WoW. Really cool to watch it grow. Oh, absolutely. Because if dad does it, it's uncool. Yeah, I mean, I listen to Jeff Gersman's podcast once a week, right? And he often has these segments where he talks about, like, I think she's like 4 or 5 now, his daughter, like learning to play video games. And like wanting to play certain games and why she likes this type of game but not that type of game and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to hear, but yeah, I also always think about that. It's like, are they gonna end up like just hating it? Are they gonna learn to resent video games because that's what dad does? I don't know. I certainly like ended up disliking some things because my parents did it. You know? Those things that my parents liked. Although then as an adult now I've come around on some of them. Like I hated gardening because that was something that my mom made me do. And now I garden all the goddamn time, so I don't know. It's like it rubbed off on me eventually, but kids are stupid. This is very true. Which is why it's up to parents to teach them to be less stupid. And then eventually they figure out how to be smart. It's called being an adult. What changed my mind on gardening? Growing up, depression, mostly depression. Need an outlet. Oh, I'm still stupid. I play video games for a living, dude. If I was smart, I'd have a real job. But yeah, generally I grew up. It's overshadowed. Video games are what make me brilliant. You know, I describe myself as many things, but I don't know if I can in good faith describe myself as brilliant. Apparently I don't have enough wood. Time to chop down the rest of it. Merchants will be leaving soon. Mincart? When did Mincart die? I have no idea. That's awkward. I do have a slab to place, though, so we'll go place the first one. So this needs 2,060 power. Currently, I'm generating 640. Means I need a lot more windmills. About yard maintenance. I mean, there's also the part where, like, the type of gardening I do isn't just maintenance, right? And it's not yard maintenance. The type of gardening I do is vegetable gardening. So not having to pay for produce 6 months of a year really helps. There's a new Black Mirror season? Huh. When's that out? The last one was kind of bleh, so it has to be better than the last season. Still constructing more buildings. Humans have embarked on their journey, and hopefully they make it off the map this time. There's a random bunny. We should eat it. Unless it's somebody's pet. In which case, then I wish I could eat it. Okay, I don't know what's up with this and why this one keeps getting suspended, so I'm just gonna reconstruct it. Homegrown tomatoes are why you tolerate summer. What would you do if you didn't tolerate summer? Like, what are your options? Acquire fridge and live inside? Because I've considered that. You know, just like replace apartment with industrial fridge. Melt. This is what I get for saying things out loud. The miller has been taken by a fey mood. Dwarf is bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. You needed to go to bed. You go do what you gotta do then. Fondness, remembering making a friend. It's either a sob or id. Oh, there was the weaver that went nuts that I forgot about. Yeah, well, mint is a weed. It's like it's a delicious weed, but it's a weed. So it'll choke out anything that's close to it. And rosemary is a shrub, which means it needs a lot of space. And tomatoes are delicate and require a lot of tender love and care, or will just kind of fall apart and be sad. They require pruning and other kinds of maintenance. I'll start with something beginner. Or grow all of those things. Just grow them separately in their own pots. That's what I would actually recommend. Well, I don't know about crimson, but clover is, like, not something you'd plant in a garden. It's like a grass replacement. I actually, I've talked about this many times on stream, so please don't take my very scary-sounding words too seriously. I participate in eco-terrorism, and I go around and I plant clover on city property where they've only planted grass that's been untended. So where there's just ugly grass in empty lots, I go and plant clover. I have a very, very, very large bag of clover. I buy a bag of clover every year. 5 kilograms to be specific. Just a lot of fucking clover. And then I plant it literally goddamn everywhere. I just walk around with medicine bottles filled with clover seeds and just like dump them. There's little patches of clover all around town now, thanks to me. Gardeners must hate me. I'm just keeping the city staff employed, ripping out my weeds. I don't know where you're located, but West Coast Seeds has really good prices on Dutch white clover. But just get yourself Dutch white clover and plant it everywhere, because it's not invasive. Yeah, I don't know of any clover that isn't nitrogen fixing. It was kind of funny. My building has finally hired landscapers again after, like, oh man, a year and a half of not having landscapers. And they keep putting up signs everywhere saying, this soil has been recently tended to by blah, 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 blah. And, like, they're putting down, like, seed and stuff. And I'm looking at all these areas that they're, like, putting these signs down that say, do not mess with, recently tended by. Recently weeded by was one of the signs. And it's funny, they didn't weed anything. The only person who's done weeding in that spot is me. Because I got really baked one evening and was like, I need to fix this fucked up garden bed. And just, like, brought a garbage bag out there and spent 3 hours from, like, 11 o'clock at night until about 2 o'clock in the morning just with a can of multiple cans of beer with my neighbor's help, just like weeding. Yeah, I mean, they definitely walked in there with a leaf blower, but they haven't done any weeding. And now they're seeding stuff, and they're like, do not mess with these beds, recently treated by so-and-so. I'm like, well, you're not going to stop me from reseeding it with clover. What the fuck you're putting there? Because they're seeding, like, under our hedges with what I think is grass seed, which is kind of dumb. Because those hedges are just going to kill whatever they've seeded there. Learn about his lawn secret? Not really. I mean, clover doesn't always take, right? Like, my uncle tried reseeding his lawn with clover and it just died. Like, it wasn't happy. You now have bee pastures in your city and you love it. One of the biggest things that we need to cure about modern society is this absolutely ludicrous fear of bees. Like, I don't know where this came from, but, like, I've never been afraid of bees my entire life. Like, I love bees. Wasps, scary. Bees, like, totally fine. And I've seen, like, younger people, like, little children around my building scream and run away because there's a bee. It's like, it's a bee. I mean, wasps are bros, too. Wasps provide a very necessary function. They literally are killer attack helicopters for any pest. And also bees. But, like, they are killer attack helicopters that will, like... They're the fucking murder Apaches of the insect world. They fly up. I've seen wasps fly into my cabbages, grab a slug, and fly away with the slug. So... They are very useful, but yes, give them their space. They are assholes, but give them their space. Because they are very important. We also need them. And some wasps also pollinate, just like bees. Depending on the wasp. Yeah, no, they're super helpful. And they also, wasps, believe it or not, are not interested in stinging you unless you go near their nest. So if you know where their home is, just give their home like a 10-meter distance and don't go near it. And just let them work. And if they're working, walk around them. Hornets good too. Hornets very scary. When the hornets are around the garden, I have to water like all of my big leafy plants before I can weed around them because they'll be so fucking full of hornets. I have to make them think it's raining. All right, we're about to get hit by ads. I have to shush for a minute. Holler when you're through ads, chat. In regards to the awful relationship to nature, it's just like all those people that pave over what little grass they have when they live in this city, right? And then they park 4 cars on it. There's so many houses like that around here. So many. It's like, I have 4 pickup trucks. Never haul anything in them. I'm looking for spots that I've missed or dwarves stuck. What are they good for? The exact same thing all wasps are good for. Killing pests. You know they eat mosquitoes, right? And also, I don't understand why people like fucking panic basket over Japanese hornets. They've existed in Japan as long as history's existed. Yes, they're an invasive species and they shouldn't be here. But they're not gonna fucking kill you. They're just big. They're just big and scary. They're still just wasps. And European hornets are big. That too. I mean, here we have mud wasps, which are like this big, so. And they don't even have stingers, I don't think. They do bite pretty bad, though. Uh-oh. That's a lot of pigtail. Kiddo, where are you? Are you grabbing... Dwarf, are you grabbing all of the pigtail for the artifact? Oh boy. Got an artifact with 40 cloth. Yep. So I kind of like this bug. I hope they leave it in. The problem is like, if they do this, they're going to use every single piece of cloth you have or every single piece of that material that you have. You know what I do? This will warm your heart if you hear people vouch, if you like people vouching for wasps. You know what I do? At the end of the year, when fall comes around, that's when wasps actually get crotchety, right? It's because they're getting old. And when wasps get old and their food starts getting less and less common because it's getting cold, that's when they'll sting you, right? Like that's when they'll just like, they'll try and hunt you because they're starving and dying, right? Because they're getting old and crotchety. I leave honey out for them. I figure out where there's wasps, and I literally will leave little plates of honey out. And, like, within a minute, there will be, like, 12 wasps there, and they'll just be eating, and then they'll fly away. Because, like, you know, they spent the entire fucking summer, like, defending my plants. And I, like, when they come into my apartment, it's like, oh, God, there's a wasp in my apartment. Okay, let's carefully usher it out. Let it go back out. Bribe the bug mafia. Pretty much! Carefully usher them out of my apartment, and then they go back to living. So, yeah, no, I love wasps. Wasps are great. Just walk around them and treat them like a bear, right? Like, bears are also great. I love bears, but just give them their space. Same with wasps. Trust me, when I was a small child, I was fucking scared shitless of wasps. All right, well, we'll let Eurus there do his thing. See how it ends up in a bit. Instead, ushering them out. Oh, yeah, no, totally. I mean, I was, like, the other night, I think it was Monday night? Yeah, it was Monday night. It was, like, 1:30 in the morning, and I was thirsty, so I got up from bed, walked over to my kitchen, turned on the light, and was filling up a glass of water. And there was a spider, like, right there. Like, right behind my sink. You know what he was doing? I have a little fruit fly trap just sitting there, right? And a fruit fly trap is just like a little container about this big with some small holes in the top, filled with apple cider vinegar and a tiny little bit of dish soap, which just kills fruit flies instantly when they touch it. Because every year this apartment gets filled with fruit flies because I'm too close to the garbage room. So it's just, I'm kind of cursed in this unit that every summer I will have a fruit fly infestation no matter how clean I keep my apartment. Literally was just sitting there like this little tiny hunting spider. They don't spin webs, they just hunt. With his little feet in the air, waiting for fruit flies. Right next to my fruit fly trap. Motherfucker was just eating fruit flies from my fruit fly trap as they landed on the fruit fly trap. Turn the light off and let him be. Put a couple droplets of water nearby him so we could get some water. And now he lives up in the top corner of my apartment, so... And I've also talked about this spider before on stream, but my favorite spider from last year was... I'm going to turn off auto-weaving until this artifact is done, because otherwise this artifact's going to go on literally forever. There's like these big like street lamps around my building, right? And there's a street lamp right next to the entrance to the garbage room. There's always a cloud of fruit flies there. The top of it, the top of this lamp had a orb weaver. And the lamps are kind of like, you know, they have a shade kind of coming down around them, right? This orb weaver made a web right across the bottom of the lampshade. That was the fattest, biggest orb weaver I've ever seen in my life. Because there's this bright light that's on all night. Just covered this bright light. Because that's where all of the fruit flies just congregate. And it was just completely full of, like, bugs. Constantly. Like, that web was never empty. It was literally just like a... just all-you-can-eat spoder buffet. All right, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock a hole in this wall right here. And I'm going to build a little platform around here, around this, and we're going to just fill this entire thing up with windmills, is what we're going to do. Well, if you love spiders, you should also love wasps, because they literally perform the exact same benefits. Yeah, it's just like every year I always have a couple orb weavers like set up their webs like across my glass window, my sliding glass window. I had one last year and there's one already there this year. But yeah, don't fall for the stupid propaganda of, oh no, murder hornets, because generally at the end of the day, yes, there are invasive insects that need to be dealt with, but they all provide a benefit. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. The Weaver successfully pondered orb. Yes. You're allergic to wasps, so don't fuck with wasp. Literally, like every time I go to the garden, there's at least a dozen wasps in my garden. I haven't been stung. Just don't go near. Give them space. Treat them like a bear. Treat them like a large dog or a wild animal. I mean, yeah, invasive species should absolutely be obliterated from places they're not supposed to be. Just like giant African snails shouldn't be in Florida. Why do ticks exist? They feed many animals. Birds, just to name one. On average, a spider eats about 3 humans in its sleep. It is horrified by the idea of this, and it doesn't like the taste of them. The spider, because of this, often feels anxiety while trying to sleep. Animal, are you okay? I don't think that's how that works. Oh yeah, no, fig trees are pollinated by wasps, right? I believe that. From Cop. Fig trees eat wasps. No, the wasps just simply seppuku into the figs to make figs. How you doing, though, animal? How's things, man? It would be thousands of years too late. I camp in tick zones all the time, and ticks, just be careful. Check your pants. I can't fathom how people can hate frogs. I think it's all to do with the statement that was said in chat earlier by somebody, which is some people just have really, really, really shitty relationships with nature. Lack of education about nature, mostly, to be honest. Opening up tabs of my friends or people with view bumps. Here, just on the topic of orgies, here there is a particular park that puts up signs that says, "Do not disturb the snakes," because it's like this one cave here in Golden Ears Park, where there is an annual snake orgy. It lasts about 3 weeks, and it's every single garter snake in like the entirety of the Lower Mainland goes there, and it's just like, if you want to see a writhing ball of snake, it's great for taking photos. I've seen it. It happens. It's an annual event. Some people think it's gross and terrifying. I think it's kind of awesome. You mean it's fascinating? Also, don't Google snake orgy. You get some weird Japanese shit. Not Patyrus, hello. Just create a big ball of human in the park. I've played inside. I know how this ends. I was gonna say we can. We just choose not to. There you go. And you'd probably just get arrested if you did, to be honest. It's bad enough to know how trees fuck. What's wrong with trees fucking? Trees gotta reproduce too. Why are you gatekeeping fucking, man? Mushrooms are better at the whole spreading themselves business. Yeah, they like elope the planet. This is a weird conversation. Thieves, protect the horde from skulking filth. Skulking filth. Allergic to tree jizz. That's a quote for the day. Cities don't plant lady trees. Like I said, this is an interesting conversation, chat room. Well done. One for the books. Trees have no shame. Would you if you were a tree? But I don't think you would. I love it when stuff gets canceled. There's got to just be like wood in the ocean somewhere, which is why all these just keep getting canceled. Huh, I get it. Wood. It's the joke. Wood. Get it? Okay, let's do birch for this area. I don't actually know if they can reach those. Guess we'll find out. To be fair, we don't get embarrassed about what the trees think of us either. Yes, this is true. The trees probably hate us. I've seen the happening. Unfortunately. Don't watch The Happening. It's a bad movie. Great movie? Mm-mm. No, it's not. Disagree. Bad movie. Very, very, very bad movie. Okay, we're gonna work on this side here. Oh, wow. We literally just skimmed the edge of the... Oh, no, we didn't skim the edge of the aquifer. That's just ocean. Which is why there's wet stone there. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, humans' crappy relationship with nature just kind of comes down to a lack of knowledge, lack of proper education, combined with people think because I don't like a thing, it shouldn't exist. Make round rooms in a square game really satisfying. It's only square if you think of it as square. Pixels are square, so thus all games are square. That's all it is to me. I think it's just humans have this shitty outlook on the planet that if something isn't directly made for them or benefits them, and they feel that it doesn't, then they hate it. And that kind of goes for everything, you know? It's the same reason why people who are obsessed with driving their trucks everywhere get real mad when roads get slimmer and designed for pedestrians, because suddenly it's hard for them to make tight corners. And then they complain, like what's happening in my city right now, where a lot of intersections are getting a lot of public complaints sent into mayor's office because they are hard to drive on. Quite literally, that is the point, because people keep getting hit by cars on those corners because people cut the corners way too much. So they're putting in bike lanes with raised barriers and all sorts of other lovely things that make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists to encourage people to ride bikes. And they keep getting public complaints. It's like, well, you could just like take the road that's one street over, which doesn't have it and isn't going to have it because that street is for cars. So, you know, it's kind of that kind of thing. It doesn't really matter what the subject is. If people decide they don't like a thing, then they decide the thing shouldn't exist. Which is why you have opinions like, well, what do Japanese killer wasps do? They kill bugs. It's what they do. Bugs that will also bite you and are way more common. Could bike too if it was safe, yeah. And like currently the city I live in is going through that transition and it's not easy. Especially when we live in a world where like 2-ton trucks and like extended cab pickups are going to be illegal to sell here in 2030, right? Like it's straight up, they're not going to be allowed to sell them anymore. So the result is there's all of these deals and things that make buying those super expensive trucks very cheap and affordable right now for people, because obviously they want to buy these large trucks and the dealers want to get rid of them because you're not going to be allowed to buy one soon. So the result is there's just a billion more pickup trucks than there normally is, and there's normally a lot of pickup trucks here. Except now every fucking soccer mom owns one. I'm sorry to anybody in chat who has a pickup truck who uses it. I'm sure there's plenty of you. But if you live in a dense city where you don't need a pickup truck, it's not logical for hauling something twice a year. Protecting bike lanes and stuff, and every time the photo makes them look like such a jackass, except to other car owners, right? Because then it just becomes a circle jerk between the people who own those cars. It's just like in Vancouver, they got a barrier removed in a school zone because some fucking nitwit was speeding in a school zone and lodged her car on the barrier for a walking street that is in a school zone. So not only was she speeding in the school zone, she managed to beach her car on the barrier, and she complained. Complains, $90,000 truck complains about gas prices. Yep. You know what I saw the other day, and I've started seeing this kind of a lot, are people who buy diesel trucks or Jeeps or cars that are very much gas powered, and they put the OK Electric stickers on them, which is like, this car is electric, which gives you prioritized parking in some parking lots. It's like, that's not an electric car. Why do you have that sticker? Yep, city removed it. So. No, don't burn her. Just remove her driver's license. Or suspend it. Then she'll think twice about speeding in a school zone. But no, they did remove that particular barrier. Also, to be clear, I also don't particularly like electric cars because they don't actually solve any problems. It's more like a band-aid instead of a solution. But I digress. At least electric cars are quiet when they're driving slowly. That's the one thing I kind of like about them. Some more migrants have arrived despite the danger. See if that strange mood dwarf is still at it. Yep. This is going to be a long artifact. Ben R meets with the outpost liaison, who's Meng, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Merit deserves reward. I come to elevate this colony's official land of our realm. Flattering, but we wish to maintain our distance from the homeland. Guess it is time to trade with dwarves. Turns out. Up to 960 power. Raptor. Give me a second. Just think about what kind of dwarf you would like, and beard or no beard. I've got a bunch of trading I got to queue up. A giant pigtail ball big enough to block out the sun? Pretty much. I mean, the last time this happened, it was a child who made a, what's it called? A very, 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 it's called the Endless Artifact, and it was I think it was mostly made of llama wool, and it was a necklace, whatever they're called. I always blank on the term for it, indoor fort. But anyway, it was a necklace. And someone in YouTube comments said that that's not a necklace, that's like a cape. It's like that the child made a cape. Which is kind of hysterical if you think about it like that. With an entire mural of the entire history of the world on it, pretty much. Amulet, that's it, thank you. Do bracelets and rings. We keep having gold rings show up because of how many I made in the last fort. Hello, Tellin. It's definitely not Friday for me yet. I mean, if it was Friday, that would mean I'd have to get on a plane, so it's definitely still Wednesday. But good time zone to you, too. Hope you're doing well. While these dwarves are bringing all of this stuff to trade, I'm going to go use the toilet. Bald and bearded, don't really care beyond that. Sweet. I will name your dwarf when I get back. All right, so let's name a dwarf for Raptor. So they said bald and bearded. Bald and bearded, bald and bearded. Just gonna sort by happy. And the first bearded bald dwarf. Who isn't named? Currently, it's kind of difficult. Oh, there's one. Not the happiest dwarf, but we can fix him. Lack of self-awareness or selfish. The reason why they want big cars often includes that I feel safer in a bigger car, which means if I hit someone, so the guy I talk with outside pretty frequently, Mike, he owns a pretty big truck, and I remember having this argument with him, as somebody who doesn't drive versus him who does drive, and there was one line where he said, "If I hit somebody in my truck, I'm in a world of shit," and I'm like. My response to him was, "You're in a world of shit. What about the person you just hit? They're probably dead." And he just like stopped, thought for a second and said, "This whole conversation pisses me off. We need to talk about something else." I'm like, okay, but like think about it. Because if you hit someone, you're fine. What's the worst that could happen? You lose your license. Involuntary manslaughter. Okay. Gotta tend to this little doggy. Do what you gotta do for the little doggy. All right, so Raptor. Velosa, they call him. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and is sloppy with his living space. Often feels discouraged and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He isn't car-brained, and he has a sense of duty. He has little interest in joking around and is very humble, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or cravings or urges. And he often acts with compassion. He is slow to trust others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. I should put this dwarf in the military if they dream of mastering a skill. Prefers to present himself modestly and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And he likes to take it easy. And he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting masterwork someday. Bug. Personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Values cunning and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. I mean, that is a movie, Elfie. Velocipaster. He likes marcasite, steel and brown zircon, carambola wood, and the color buff. Cabochons and scepters and horses for their strength. And the word of the amethyst deserts and the sound of the wonder of lilacs and the sight of the poetic glosses of impossible prefers to consume hedgehog and persimmon, wine, and buckwheat flour, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. He is weak, his eyes are wide set, his ears are splayed out, his very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven, and his nose is short, and his eyelashes are extremely short, and his lips are thin, his hair is copper, and his skin is pale pink. Welcome to the fort. You want to learn things. Could put you into the military. There's space. Yeah, no, it's like getting your palm read is my favorite description of having a dwarf named after you. I need alcohol to get through the working day, too. I wish I had alcohol to get through the working day. to 960. And I can go up here. Can request trader at depot. If I sneak a mug or two during my shift, thanks, man. I mean, I actually could drink during the working day. That's just a bad habit, though. I try very hard to not drink daily. Okay, let's just go down here. Heal up all this, because, you know, I'm many things, but I don't really aspire to be an alcoholic. But yeah, you're not sure if it's the road you want to go down, and some exercises and self-control is never bad. You know, I really like, I wish that I had enough self-control to do this, but I really like the don't drink unless it's the weekend kind of lifestyle. But you know, I try and live the don't drink, don't use substances unless it's either A, after hours, or B, your weekend. When it's your weekend, then, you know, go nuts. Go do what you want. Have fun. Do what you gotta do. Then proceeded to read off all of his personal info. So wait, hold on. Did they actually know the dude's personal info? Or was this like a joke thing that he was doing? And he just got really lucky with his guesses. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that seems kind of mean. There's okay, so there's this person who does palm readings and horoscope stuff in my city. I know where their house is, and they leave up signs all the time saying, walk-ins welcome, like, here's my phone number. They'll tell you your horoscope over the phone for a fee, and all sorts of other fun, like, borderline scam shit, right? Every single time I see it, one of those signs, or the person's house even, because they've got big signs in front of their house, I'm so tempted to just, like, take a photo and put it on Twitter. Like, like, I'm so tempted. Every time I see it, it's like, what if I did a bad thing? I haven't done it yet. One of these days, man. Right by a large intersection in your town? Do you have similar temptations? To just, like, post them on Facebook and be like, do your worst. If I was a little bit younger, it would have already been posted on 4chan. They're all over Reno. I mean, I believe it. If they aren't actually scamming and just offer advice through the context of spiritual shit, then they don't deserve it. I'm sorry? Offering advice through the context of spiritual bullshit is scamming people if you're charging them for it. That is scamming people. It's like saying that, It's like you trying to tell me that Scientology is not a cult. Pretty sure they're a cult. But yes, at the same time, I'm not going to do it, but my God, I'm tempted. So is Neopets, unless they sold it. Also, I've never been to a Cheesecake Factory. If you're good at something, don't do it for free. I'm good at scamming people, so I don't do it for free. You know, someone really needs to tell these, like, these palm readers and whatnot about Twitch. 500 bits, I'll and send me a picture of your hand, and I will give you your palm read. Please don't actually do that. I am not a palm reader, nor will I tell you. However, I will accept 500 bits for nothing in return. Maybe I'm the one that's bad at scamming people. Is their house even nice? No. It's like a rundown kind of shitter that's probably a rental. That's even worse. How so? It's literally the exact same thing, dude. Looks yellow. Are you a Simpson, Banana? I'm sorry, what? Ah, Cybrek, I'm Cool Dan, just killed Raybrit in cold blood for no legitimate reason and then toppled the thing. Well, Cybrek, congratulations, you are being removed from the military and probably thrown into prison for a while. And also killed Datan the Fisher Dwarf. It's fine. Nothing of value was lost there. But come on, dude. Also, is that dwarf still making that artifact? Yep. And is still hauling pigtail cloth. Feed him to the I don't think I've ever seen somebody say feed him to the frogs as like an execution claim, but first time for everything, I think. Oh, right. Those must be inside and can't be placed until they're inside. And none of this is technically inside right now. Let's get all this placed. Sorry to the dwarf who ends up with a chest in front of their front door, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. All right. 2 more crimes committed or processed here. 2 witnesses each. We're gonna go beat criminal. I love how my captain of the guard is just ecstatic with their life. They love their job. Guys need to clean their rooms. Oh, I need to give them the proper furniture to be able to clean them. Merchants will be leaving soon. Oh no, also somebody else was found dead. Dude killed 3 people? My Christ. Wrap up, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Buy the picks. Buy the steel helm, because why not? Buy the bags, because those are annoying to make, and I never remember to make them. Buy the anvils, because they're heavy. Buy all the food. Buy all the thread. Buy all the cheese. Buy the books that they brought. Scratch my head and go, how do I get more weight out of this?
Cheese for everyone!
Guess I'll buy the yak. I guess I'll just buy all their cages. We'll just do that. Trade. Feels zealous after punishing somebody with a beating. Please tell me that that somebody also gets to go to prison.
Woo!
Guess not. Murdered 2 people and... Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Of dwarven llama cheese. It's definitely a reason to drool. Okay, so we're at half the power we need, chat. This is producing half of the power I need to pump lava. I remember now why I don't do windmills. They take too damn long. I was like, these are fun because they look cool. They do look cool. But my God, do I need a lot of them. Let's make these out of almond. Too bad geothermal power isn't a thing. Yeah, no, definitely not a thing. Ocean just froze. We're gonna throw doors in everywhere. And we'll give all these beds and designate them all. Oh yeah. They absolutely can power the pumps by hand. I was watching a stream where they had, it was like a 40 Z level pump stack and they were powering them all by hand. A lot of strong dwarves in that fort, let me tell you. I may also supplement the power of this just with a, like, dwarven power generator or 2. Yeah, no, it looks like that dwarf did not get a prison sentence. Hey, look at this. This dwarf is storing owned items. They were putting their stuff away. So if you look in here, it's just full of trousers now and stuff. The problem is it freezes once a year, right? So then I would have no power for half the year. So that kind of makes me less inclined to do things like that. Roof the ocean? It would still freeze. It's not how Dwarf Fort works. You could use some lessons. What, under like putting stuff away? Might I recommend Marie Kondo's Tidying Up? Or whatever that was called. Tidying Up with Marie Kondo? Which last I heard about her, she apparently has had a kid. And she has commented that her place is very messy now. Which is still like 1,000 times cleaner than anybody's house, except like there's some kids' toys on the floor. Yeah, she has more kids, or whatever. Sup, low rides? Those things. How old is this fortress? I'd have to go look at the VOD. Whenever the first VOD was uploaded. I uploaded part 1 of this fort when? June 2nd? So 2 weeks. What year was it? This fort started in the year 305. It's the year 319. The mess was a package deal. I was going to say, if the kid didn't spark joy, I think you're having kids wrong. And it's still like photo shoot ready in 5 minutes. Yep. Still making more windmills. I do think the windmills look really cool though. Like they might not be the most convenient, but they look really cool. Do we need this kid? No? Okay. Doesn't spark joy. Do I need this? Yes. I would say. You may not need this, but you made this, so you might as well keep it. Man, just finish that, please. I mean, I don't think I've actually made a dwarven, like, infinite power reactor in this version of the game. Would it be fitting for this fortress, chat, to make a bunch of dwarven power reactors? I'm kind of up with the idea. I don't know. Supplemented with a billion fucking windmills. Only if they look pretty? I'm trying to think how I would make it look pretty. One tile left there doesn't have a roof. Got one more bed to do, and then I can assign all these. Boom. Now we have 11 more bedrooms. All right. I'm going to put windmills up top here. Oopsies. That is not what I want. No, no water wheels cannot work vertically. I wonder if I'm going to run out of birch and chestnut. I may have to chop down more trees. Fortress looks like it's about to lift off. What's up, Chris? But most of the tutorials for the Justice are old for ASCII. Any interest in a guide for Justice? I have one. It's not my fault nobody watched it. Yeah, it's called Justice and Crimes. Oh, there it is. Actually, people did watch it. It's got 10,000 views. So we're going to actually have to do vertical axles for here. Be fun to build. Let's knock out this wall piece right here. I'm a giant cat. What kind of cat? Like a giant cougar kind of deal? That's pretty badass. Shoutouts to that visiting mace dwarf, I guess. If there is a ceiling above windmills, they cease to function. They have to be in the open. Windmills are still solar panels, I suppose. They have to be out in the open. And your main blacksmith was arrested for not producing anvils. Yep. Dwarven crime is sometimes a fiddly mess. Dum-dum-dum. Responding to a DM. Do all 9 squares need to be open? What do you mean by do all 9 squares need to be open? Like all the way around it? Like, can you build walls around it? Honestly, I haven't done too much experimenting, but they obviously don't need to be directly open because there's a wall right here, right? They just need to be able to see the sky from what I can tell. And if you build on top of them, they cease to function. And if you build directly around them with walls, they tend to cease functioning as well. Is that dwarf still working on that strange mood? My God. Okay. This is gonna take 20 minutes for me to read that artifact. How much is in the workshop? Enough. Too much. Gonna make olivine gear assemblies, and I just gotta dig down to where olivine is, because there's tons of olivine. It's just a matter of finding some, or going down to where it is and digging it. Boink. Boink. Then we need to figure out what to do with you. Yeah, shrimp. I assume I don't think they get thirsty while they're making artifacts, and I don't think they can tantrum. I know that their mood can deteriorate, which it certainly is. But I don't think they can tantrum. Is it a web shooter? No, it's a fireball shooter. So I want to do something with that and the front door. I just need to figure out where I'm putting that, which I haven't decided yet. Because it's probably going to be suspended up here somewhere. Yes, it's a Hadoken shooter. There you go. Everybody have bedrooms?
Hey, I hope you're doing well, Blind.
Most people do. Cheers, Dulkin. I am. Doing all right. Got a bit of an upset stomach today. Body wanted to wake up early. And when I woke up early, Body was then like, you're really, 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 really hungry. And I was like, well, I guess I will eat something. So I ate something. Then I decided I was still tired, so I went back to bed. So I ate breakfast at about 4:30 in the morning instead of like 8 o'clock in the morning, and then slept for another 4 hours and woke up with a horrendous tummy ache. And so I ate some Tums before stream. That was my breakfast. And now I'm just sitting here suffering. So doing okay, getting by. We'll survive. But on the bright side, I have coffee. So I'm doing all right. Getting by. Surviving. Streaming. Prepping for vacation. And if you've missed the memo on that exclamation point vacation, you are aware. Because I will be gone for a couple of days. Well, a week. I think it's 10 days total. So that's why I think people have been ludicrously fucking generous on the leaderboards as of late. Because I'm going to be going away for a little bit. So that's an extra 720 power, and this is at, okay. We might actually be able to get, we will be able to get enough power with just windmills for this. We will be. Do oak down there. And we're going to do a horizontal axle to right there. Out of almond. Horizontal axle to right there, out of almond. We're going to put a gear assembly right there once I have gear assemblies. Actually, I might not actually have any mechanics workshops, so let's build 3 of these. Those out of schist. Oh, did chat just welcome you back to Twitch chat? Well, it's very nice of chat to be so welcoming. Ridge Cave. So this is going to be a 3-level thing, and then I'm just going to put some bars in here so that they can see the pistons spinning. This fort is starting to feel kind of like a machine now with all of these windmills. The secret life hack, Banana Unlimited, is don't use DF hack. And then you won't miss features that the game doesn't have. I do actually have DF hack installed. It just doesn't work on the experimental build. I will say that I do love seeing bug reports on the DF forums of features missing, but they're DF hack features. Like 1 or 2 a month. Breaks your flow. Just means you need to go get more of that thing. I'd rather the game tell me that I don't have that thing and can't make that thing right now because I don't have it, so I have to go get it. Which then just makes me go make more of that thing. With a no... Wait, what's no god mode? Does it just disable all of the commands that are stupidly OP?
I'm gonna be very happy with my purchase. Crypt beer.
You know, it's funny because like there's like a specific thing in the Twitch terms of service stating that streamers can't advertise cannabis products for profit. So I just want to clarify, I didn't get paid, but I did recommend a vape that True Freak should buy. Thanks for the 420. Cheers, dude. Why did it scare you? Because it's sudden surprise Snoop Dogg? That's pretty solid reason to be scared by a thing. Even I'm scared of sudden surprise Snoop Dogg. Even though I would say unexpected Snoop Dogg is best Snoop Dogg. Snatcher, protect the children. Goblin, come running in. Military should clothesline them momentarily. Here they come. Olon and Id. And of course, Van Ori, who's still stressed. How many kills do you have, Id? 4. And then the stressed Van Ori. 29 notable. 113 others. Doesn't matter how many dwarves this spear dwarf kills. This dwarf is going to be in my military forever. Name PB. Any crafts dwarf? Beard or no beard? Just leave them up there in case we actually get attacked proper. Beard plus okay. Thanks for the $1. I'm Koran. And Banana Unlimited wants me to read the last Discord word story. One thing at a time, Jesus Christ. Well, we'll go with a bone carver. It's pretty neutral. BRB having a seizure. Not actually, but you'll figure it out. I need to sneeze. This is a problem. Oh boy. Please stop. Okay, together again and never again shall be melted. Scantily clad chickens dip talons into chocolate like they are pianoless. Heathens wallowing in potatoes. Turkeys rarely turn out lumen furious. However, this ends in it began sadly. Geese grab geldables firmly and quack lustful utterances into deep dank cavities. Dripping water causes brains to shrink. Multiple sclerosis sucks because it makes society curve spines bring ending. My orbs are glasses. Tragedy, my discord. Pets rebelled against blind. Grasp, treachery, dissent, provocation, skullduggery, vilification, and oxidation. Preclude magnification, but the research failed. Only our testing is primarily warped to further prove our gaming expertise. Lacks dwarven and beer and necessary revivance of Olms today. Suddenly, salad vanished. That's usually what happens to salad. All right, all that being said, now let's read this dwarf's description. He is gripped by crippling shyness, and he is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And he lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and he is a friendly individual, and he often acts with compassion. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract and can handle stress and is often nervous, and he has a menacing stare when he's angry and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and he does not really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a great work of art and personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity and values honesty and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes alabaster and aluminum and black diamond and cave crocodile bone in the color silver and bucklers and bracelets and splints and splints and the words of the palisade of healing and the sight of the glimmer of vomit. Why is there vomit on the ground? The sight of the glimmer of glistening. Oh boy. Sight of the glimmer of glistening and when possible prefers to consume giant warthog and Perry and absolutely hates worms. Why do you hate worms? Worms are good. Weirdo. His somewhat greasy hair is straight. His medium-length beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. And he has a grating, raspy voice. And his very low cheekbone. And he has very low cheekbones, and his ears are splayed out. His slightly sunken brass eyes are round, and his eyelashes are extremely short, and his hair is quite sparse, and his head is somewhat narrow, and his hair is dark brown, and his skin is dark tan. Worms poop the ground and also eat the ground. Not a fan. But they're necessary for healthy soil. Are we going back to the don't hate nature thing conversation that we were having earlier? We had a long conversation about why it's bad to hate insects earlier. Grumble. Worms allow for dwarves to do infinite surface farming, which means worms are good. Yes. You can dump water on it. Talking about in Dwarf Fort, just dump water on it. There's a hole in the ground there. How did I manage that? Worms and bees forever? Ooh. Mead and cranberry wine. Do like me some mead. What is clay? Banana Unlimited. I don't know why I'm talking in, like, almost Jeopardy, but... Forgotten Beast Ijad Usu has come, an enormous humanoid composed of clear glass. Oh god. It has a long straight tail and a bloated body. Beware its webs. This one's very far away and in an awkward spot. Is this where the aluminum beast is? I think this is where the aluminum beast is. But it's gonna walk off the map. Well, that's a shame. Oh hey, it showed back up. Wow, this thing's real good at climbing, too. Jesus, mate. Now it's stuck in a tree. And walked off the map again. Yeah, that is really bad. That's why I have the caverns sealed. Because there's so many of them. I do like the fact that, Kosoth is meditating on death. That is the captain of the guard. It's fitting. I need to slaughter some more of my dogs because they're dying. There's too many of them. My puppy mill is very effective. He says that as he starts slaughtering pigs. Okay, so I think there we go. Make that now. Make one tile of vertical axle. We'll just use nether cat for that because I only have one. We'll put the final gear up here. Yeah, it's literally just like, you know, the YouTube meme where people scream first because they got the first comment. It's literally that. You got it once, it was such a rush. It's usually gone within the first 3 seconds of the stream, so... Ba-da-bum. So, did it play 2112 when you got it, Banana? Because if it didn't, I'm calling bullshit. Okay, lastly, vertical bars. With rose gold, because I only have one of those. Okay, so I now need to connect this side over to here. This side's powering 1680, and this power is 1040 worth of power. So I can now connect the two. And that should be enough power to power my pumps. The real question is how long until some tantruming dwarf runs around and topples them all. That's the real question, and that's the day that I will cry. Yep. There's I was unaware of how many random like pop music or not pop music, but like music and culture references there are in System Shock. See who can get first. See who can get first and redeem the duck. Because I have a record player in this scene right here, where we play records at the start of the stream for an hour. And I put a rubber duck on it, because fucking why not? All right, so these require 2260 power. And I can also connect, well, actually, hold up. How much is this producing? Yeah, it's like 30 extra power. That's not much. I guess I could also put more up here. That's a lot of windmills. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to put in floodgates. And I need levers for each of the floodgates. All right. So now this whole thing is going to fill up. And this is going to be our reservoir for forging. This is just for aesthetics. And this one's going to be for defenses. We'll probably end up leaving this one open and leaving these two sealed, but I want levers for all three of them. So you're going down there probably. Yep, there we go. This first one. The ocean freezes once a year. So I really can't do hydro. I'd have to use the I'd have to go with the what's it called? Aquifer stuff. Which I kind of didn't want to do. But yeah, it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. Not gonna lie. It is kind of funny. No, because the ocean will freeze and it will drain. It's like I could do that, but the ocean's still gonna freeze. I cannot use the ocean for consistent power. It's just not possible. When the ocean freezes, that's not an option. I don't know how else to explain it. No, the problem is the ocean freezes. So I would have to use the aquifers. I could use an aquifer. I just don't really want to. Get up the ocean with lava? Sure. Still have to get lava up here first. I've done that before. I don't know. I can't tell if that's a joke or not. Whenever people say things like that, it's like, I can never quite tell. It's like, are you joking or do you not know that I did that before? I don't understand YouTube chat. So this video, right? It's got 10,000 views. It's made me $18, right? It's gotten a couple tiny bumps in views over the years, but like nothing crazy, right? Like it's pretty consistently slowly moving up in views, right? But if I look at the revenue, it goes up to here, and then it's pretty steady, and then there's these noticeable days where it gets like $1 in revenue over a day. What is happening there? YouTube, you make no sense. Ironic Atlantis twist base. Instructions unclear. Flooded base with lava. Is order important? I mean, you could go watch the VOD from yesterday when I built it. What do you mean by is order important? There's a specific pattern of the floor that you have to do or it won't work. The watch time's significantly different? Nope. Pretty consistent. No, I don't want this one connected to this. I want you connected to this and this. You can go up there. Which days of the week and month? It's the 10th and 11th. Okay, it's the 10th and 11th of every month. That's weird. I wonder... No, I doubt it. I don't think that's how YouTube Premium revenue works. But it's specifically on the 10th of every month that that video gets like $1 of ad revenue. But it's like every other month. They are paying you in arrears? What? Oh, after the fact. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't have any other videos that do that, which is why it's weird. I don't know. I don't really use mods. All of the mods I like, which are total overhaul mods, haven't been updated for this version. So as far as I'm concerned, none of them. I have a tutorial on making pump stacks if you just want to go watch that. The only difference between lava and water, and in the video it's water, is if you're using one for lava, the entirety of it needs to be lava safe. All the materials need to be lava safe, or they'll just fall apart. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Follow the floor here, like this. Need 17 blocks of something. Let's go with saltpeter. After you accidentally made a lava gun? How did you accidentally make a lava gun? Because that seems like a positive thing to accidentally make. Too fast? Or were you just firing? Wait, hold on. Were you using rollers or something? What project is the windmills for? It's to power this. This screw pump. Stack. Because I need... Well, this is currently... it needs 69 power. Nice. It's currently producing 2760 power. And this needs 2260. Rollers and down ramp. Oh yeah, no, that would absolutely go too fast. I mean, we're going to intentionally do that in this fort. Uh-oh. Got a ghost. Pretty sure I already made a slab for him, though. What was the other thing I was going to do? And another thing I was trying to do. Right. Yes, I need to go dig up more olivine. You just didn't like waiting. Dwarf Fortress is a kind of a game about waiting at a lot of points in it. Ghostly Glassmaker has been put to rest. Speaking of waiting, do you guys think that dwarf is still making that artifact? They gotta still be making that artifact, eh? Holy fuck. The biggest sweater. They are pissed, too. They got the little red Angie face now. They were super happy when they started. My stockpile's almost empty. Because I turned off automatic, or, like, auto weave silk or cloth or thread into cloth. So that he'd run out sooner. He's bored after leading an unexciting life. This is your own fault, dwarf. What's up, analysis? Dwarven artifact with the most bits. I mean, that was yesterday, but I mean, the Dwarven artifact of the most bits is this fan art that Elfie doodled for us. Yeah, it's not going to be clothing. I really hope it's like a table with just like a really big tablecloth. Is what papyrus? The skeleton? No, the skeleton is the channel's mascot. Doesn't have the font and it's not made of papyrus. No, the skeleton in that exists on my channel is not Undertale related, thankfully. And never will be. Not with that attitudes. It's a game I vehemently dislike. And a community that annoys the crap out of me. So yeah, with that attitude, it will not have anything to do with it. Less of a fan of the people who made Undertale. Undertale itself is fine. Dwarf is gonna croak? I don't know. I don't think so. They can't get thirsty. He's panicked while reliving being attacked, and exhilarated after. It's just pigtail cloth, yeah. He's just collecting all of the pigtail cloth in the fort slowly. I mean, this is the... I'm scrolling up. Toby Fox do? I just don't like Homestuck, which is Toby Fox's roommate, or was Toby Fox's roommate. And Andrew Hussey, who made Homestuck, worked on the music for Undertale. And so thus people that really have annoyed me, that caused me a lot of bullshit in my life, loved that game. And while they were still causing bullshit in my life, I got to hear nonstop about it and how great it is and how life-changing it is for the video games industry as a whole. And yeah, it does some pretty cool stuff with like narrative dissonance and whatnot, but and game design. But as a whole, the amount of annoyance and bullshit that community caused for me in my life and my personal life and my love life and my romantic life, yeah, no, I fuck that creator and fuck that game. So yeah, no, my the mascot of my channel comes from Mr. Bones and Mr. Bones Wild Ride, the 4chan meme about Roller Coaster Tycoon, and will never have anything to do with Undertale. This is absolutely a bug. Saving and reloading will not fix it. This is Dwarf Fortress. And no, I will not go back to a save. This is fine. We will let this bug play out. Dwarf Fortress is a game about embracing the bugs. And when you do encounter them, it's just a storytelling element. Fuck if I know. It just happens sometimes. Banana. Yeah, if you get into a conniption fit about every weird bug you find in Dwarf Fort, go play a different video game. Because I'm on a version of the game that DFHack is incompatible with, and because I don't care, and because I know how this bug works because it's been in the game for a while, they claim literally every single piece of that thing that you have in your fort, which is why I've disabled auto weaving thread so that we don't make more pigtail cloth so he'll won't claim it. And we'll eventually run out of pigtail cloth, and when he runs out of pigtail cloth, he will then start the artifact. I've seen this before. It's just hysterical because I had like 700 pigtail cloth in this fort or something. Yeah, no. DFHack is not compatible with the experimental branch currently. All right. The greatest burger in the world. Sounds like something that would be on like one of those like eating competition shows. I don't care to. And I'm not going to. I'm not looking for solutions to the bug, chat. I'm just enjoying the process. Let me enjoy the process. I'm looking forward to reading the bajillions of lines. Why do you think it's gonna die? What's F for that dwarf? The dwarf's gonna finish their artifact. They don't get hungry while they're in a strange mood. So the dwarf's not gonna starve to death. They can't fall asleep. Like, yeah, they're angry and pissed, but that's fine. They'll get over it. We have mist generators in this fort in the summer. With one plump helmet seed as the garnish, exactly. Be making a stockpile next to his workshop. It's only one floor below it. Fuck if I know. Why does it matter who they dedicate it to? Oh, I guess we made all that we needed to make. Rock mechanisms. 40. Dwarf Guide to Happiness. Stop complaining and get mist sprayed in your face every season. Except for when it's frozen, like right now. I can go mad? Not true. Only if they run out of stuff, right? So if they will only go mad if they have items that they've claimed that cease to be available to them, or if their workshop gets toppled. So if a tantruming dwarf runs by and topples the workshop, yes, this dwarf will go insane. Or if somebody attacks this dwarf will go insane. Or if suddenly the materials that they have claimed for their artifact, which is every single piece of pigtail cloth in the entire fort, gets destroyed by, let's just say, lava or fire or another dwarf, then they will tantrum and go insane. Otherwise, they will literally just keep working on the artifact until it's complete. At the very least, they didn't claim all of a single type of boulder. There was a screenshot on the subreddit of a artifact that had this bug where it literally took 4 to 5 years for the child to complete it because they were a child and had to haul boulders. So, like, you know, it's like this child's moving very slowly, guys. Like, yeah, their mood will deteriorate, but largely, like, it's not going to kill them. Can I take part of that wall out so he can travel faster? Where's the fun in that? Boulder kid couldn't wait until he was older. Kid was pretty boulder, let me tell you. Although I think this might be the last of it. I'm pretty sure there's like 3 of them left. Kid'll make a great soldier someday. That kid would be swole as fuck, yeah. Now that I'm definitely not going to do. I'm not going to redesign my fort around this dwarf's artifact. The thing I'm looking forward to, though, is reading this artifact's description. How tough are you? I fasted for 5 years and did nothing but haul boulders to create a ring. Please let that be the last of it. So you made to sell merchants in year 1, so you would keep them and they would walk really slowly because of the weight? Yep. In Long Death, which was a fort I kept alive for, or tried to keep alive for 1,000 years. Oh my god, they're taking pigtail cloth from the hospital. Which was a fort that I kept alive for 400-something years. In that fort, I had just ridiculous amounts of lead. So I was like, I'll just make lead crowns and sell them to the elves. And I made like, you know, a couple thousand lead crowns. And I realized one of my dwarves was moving really slowly. I was like, why are you moving really slowly? This was like after I'd sold them all. And this dwarf had equipped like 150 crowns. Bruh, he's stealing cloth from the hospital, right? Yeah, that dwarf was like TF2, but also like was moving very slowly. Due to the weight, not due to lead poisoning. The game doesn't have lead poisoning. This is getting goofy. Oh yeah, no, generally if they're greedy like that and they're taking all the items, they're happy that they acquired the items usually. This dwarf is very bored. Okay, where are you going now? He's run out of silk there. I kind of want somebody to tantrum and smack that workshop so the entire workshop just explodes into like a pile of pigtail cloth. You found more, chat. I feel well, disgusted on retching and miasma. He's really happy about remembering the acceptance of the petition for a guild hall for the natural hall. We're not going to address the vomit. The dwarves will get to it eventually. I mean, what would you address it with? A polite greeting? A hello? It's just vomit. The dwarves don't mind. You thought that was gold floor? Nope, definitely vomit.
27 months and counting hamburger.
Hot damn, dude. 27. Digital Dingo. Thank you very much for the 27th month. Welcome back. Wah, 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 wah. So, the airline that I'm flying to Montreal with this weekend is a very cheap airline. People could probably guess what airline this is if you know anything about Canadian airlines. But a very cheap airline. And they charge extra for you to select what seat. It's like an extra $30 or something to select your seat. It's not JetBlue. They charge extra for you to select where you sit. I don't give a fuck. So I don't get charged the extra $30 or whatever. And so the result is like my flight to Montreal is like $110 total. Uh-oh. Now the teeth on the ground, that I will tend to. So my flight's extremely cheap, right? But here's the thing. Nope, not Spirit. Here's the thing, right? They really want you to select a seat. So they're sending me like 2 emails a day right now reminding me, you should select your seat or you'll be randomly assigned one. Hey, you can still select your seat. Would you like to select a seat? It's like, no. No, actually, I don't want to select a seat. Thank you. No, it's Flair. Is the company I'm flying with. It's okay. They've only crashed 3 planes this year. 2. 2 this year. 1 last year. You have to have a window seat when you fly or you get nauseous. I have abnormally small ear canals, so I can't pop my ears. Literally can't do it. I just kind of have to wait for them to pop themselves. Doesn't matter if I chew gum. Everybody always gives me all these tips on how to pop your ears. Doesn't work. So the way I fly is I make an edible, and I take the edible right as I walk into security. And then I take sleeping pills when I get on the plane, and I just, doesn't matter where I sit. Flying is just extraordinary pain for me, so I hate it. No, that's fun. Put me in with the baggage. Pretty much. You need to ask for ice the whole time? Oh god, that sucks. It's like, why are you traveling with a frozen bag of peas? It's for my face! Sir, you can't bring this on the plane. But I need it! It's important! It's a medical... Yeah. Yeah, no, this airline, basically, if you travel light and you only bring something that fits under the seat in front of you, it's extremely cheap to fly with them. So. Like when I flew to Vegas to hang out with Hobo last year, back in November, it was like $90 each way to fly with them to Vegas from here, which is normally like a $200 flight on any other airline. But because I travel light, it was ludicrously cheap. My emotional support bees, yes. My beekeeper was found dead? Oh, shit. I mean, he was kind of old. My beekeeper just died of old... So, Clary87XX, who was named not too long ago, just died of old age. They were like 160. You don't see that super often. Well, getting placed in a tomb. Died either drinking or brewing, because they died in a brewery. Rest in peace, dwarf. Platinum trophy for life? Yeah, no kidding. There it goes. Is your dwarf still militia commander? No. Your dwarf died, analysis lover, I think? Yeah. Your dwarf died, but you still have the zombie. This dumb fuck is still around. Kobolds. Stalabulumblus. Hold on. I like how these bolts are still listed as underneath him, even though he's walked off of them. I didn't realize they do that. Yeah, no, we've had a pretty high turnover rate in the military as of late. So I gotta get these hooked up. And these hooked up. And then this right here will be hooked up to here. So I can finish connecting all this. I don't realize how goofy some of the things I say are until I've said them. So something that's going to be kind of fun is as this flows, it's going to melt all of this snow up here. So there's going to be like lines here where there's no snow because the ground is warm. Flip over rate? That's got to be some sort of house flipper stat. Not to be a know-it-all, but technically it's kind of hot. Not cool, but, you know. Okay, so this needs to finish getting hooked up. Is the poor dwarf still collecting pigtail cloth? I assume so. Yep, still pissed. Still at one with the aspect of the flay, still collecting pigtail cloth. Warfu, what kind of dwarf would you like? I recommend this guy. pissed, but he's gonna make an incredible artifact. That guy, excellent. Warfu. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. That checks out. Is completely wrapped up in his own appearance and abilities and other personal matters. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He's stingy with resources when working on projects, refusing to spend any extra effort. He has a low sense of self-esteem and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He often feels discouraged. He tries to keep things orderly, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he really wants a drink. Yeah, he really wants a drink, chat. Really wants a drink. He personally sees cooperation as very important in life and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people who persevere through adversity. He respects the development of his skill and values independence, and does not particularly respect commerce and does not particularly value the truth. I can't read today. He likes bituminous coal and fine pewter, red pyrope and alpaca wool, jute fabric and red parchment and giant ratch parchment. Rat parchment. Help, chat. He likes quarry bushes for their gray leaves and the words of the style of lace, the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine and olives, and absolutely hates snails. His right ear is mangled beyond recognition. His very long beard is braided. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is in double braids, and his hair is clean-shaven, and his bronze eyes are sunken, and his hair is cinnamon, and his skin is pink. Family-wise, he has no family and no friends. It's all gate. It's all good. XR Jax. I wonder why. Why he has no friends? Well, it's clearly because he's been making this artifact for a year. I have friends, but there's other social annoyances that I have. Man, the Count is having us some rough times on Discord as of late. Don't we all? Banana. It's just like a normal thing. It's like a religious experience this dwarf is having. It would be really funny if this dwarf finishes this artifact and then immediately just dies. I know that would be kind of horrible for Warfu, who just named this dwarf, but it would be kind of hysterical. Getting a little migrant wave. Back up to 107 dwarves. I have to use all of the cloth. Yes, this greedy bastard. I hope they never fix this bug. It's so good, Big Tony. Now that I don't know, Warfu, but he's not old enough to die of old age. And he's only 67. Dwarves die of old age at 150 plus. Which means if this stream is as old as the number of people watching, we would die of old age in spring. Also, guess what? It's payday! Yay! I'm gonna go pay myself. 2 seconds. To move things from company account into non-company account. Yay, money. Exactly. Or rather, it's first payday. It's Twitch's payday. Next payday is YouTube, which is on the 22nd. You have bills to pay? You should probably pay those bills if you have bills to pay. There's cloth somewhere and he's finding it. True. I mean, I didn't know that I had cloth in that stockpile over there. But apparently I do. I edited the alerts in the announcements screen. Or in the announcements folder in the game install directory. That's how I did that. Well, Polar Keats. There's plenty of instructions on the wiki of how to do it, and I think my announcements file is pinned on the Discord. I should make another one and pin it in the Dwarf Fort talk room. It is technically a simple setting. It's just you have to go write box in front of a thing in a notepad file or any text editor. You can also write jump to, box, and pause if you wanted to jump to the location that they're showing up at, like in the old days. It's one of those ones that I'm a little weirded out isn't a settings menu in the game, but Tarn said he thought that it would be a bit too advanced for some people. The result is it's just way too advanced for some people. Oh, also, by the way, did you guys see this? Because holy shit, that was fast. The whole Embracer Group announces comprehensive restructuring program with immediate implementation. Operational and financial measures to increase cash conservation, to improve efficiency and reduce capex? I don't know financial speak. Reaching a financial new debt below SEK 10 billion. Long story short, they bought like way too much shit and it's not making them money. Capital expenditure. There you go. So they bought everything. You did it via text file in the old days, but you never bothered yet with Steam version. A lot of the settings in the text files like don't work now, but all of that stuff still works. And there's actually like new stuff added onto it. It's like more in depth, but all of the instructions are at the top. Like it's pretty simple. Like if you've ever edited something in a text editor before, like all of the instructions are at the top of the file. It's pretty simple. Was a company government? So Embracer Group is a Swedish megacorp that basically owns like a third of the games industry right now. Now they want to make them more profitable. Yeah. Which means everybody's getting laid off. I mean, what? Not just in Sweden, like globally. Like they own Deus Ex. They own the rights to make Lord of the Rings stuff. I want to say they own Focus Home Interactive, I think. They own Prime Matter. They own Coke Media, or Coach Media, I don't know how you pronounced it, who changed their name to Playon with an I, which is spelled really weird. They didn't make the Golem game, but they own something to do. I don't know if they own the studio that made it, but I know that like they are affiliated with the Golem game. Yeah, they're kind of like Tencent. They're one of these weird companies that just kind of owns everything and doesn't do anything themselves. They own Deep Silver. Hold on. Let me get the full list of studios that they own. Embracer Group, Wikipedia. Yeah, they own Gearbox. They also own Dark Horse Comics, which is weird. Okay, so this is everything that they own, and you're not going to have heard of most of these. These are all video game developers, by the way. They're all called developers. So they own A Creative Endeavor, Destiny Bit, Frame Break, Frame Bunker, Goose Bite, Green Tile Digital, Infinite Mana Games, Invisible Walls, Calvary Games, Miscellaneous Games, Palindrome Games, Plucky Bites, Rare Earth Games, River End Games, Silent Games, Studio Hermitage. I feel like I should know that one. Trazer Studios, Vamla Studios, Zappa Games, Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, Box Dragon, Coffee Stain Golden Bird, Coffee Stain Malmo, Coffee Stain North, Coffee Stain Publishing, Coffee Stain Studios, Easy Trigger, Ghost Ship Games, Lava Potion, Captured Dimensions, Cryptic Studios, Gearbox Publishing San Francisco, Gearbox Software, Gearbox Montreal, Gearbox Quebec, Gearbox Studio Shanghai, Lost Boys Interactive, Volition, Deep Silver, DPI Manufacturing, Digix Art, Flying Wild Hog, Milestone, they make a lot of racing games, Playon, which looks like Pylon to me, Prime Matter, Ravenscourt, Splatter Connect, Vertigo Games, Voxler, Warhorse Studio, 34 Big Things, 3D Realms, A4 Games, Aspire, A4, really big translation house, translates a lot of JRPGs. Aspire, Bytex, Dermerage Studios, Digic Pictures, Fractured Bike, Madheads Games, New World Interactive, Nimble Giant Entertainment, Saber Interactive, including 6 Saber Interactive Studios, Sandbox Strategies, which is a company that I work with relatively frequently. They distribute keys to influencers and press. Shiver Entertainment, Slipgate Ironworks, Smartphone Labs, whatever the fuck that is, Snapshot Games, Tuxedo Labs. They made Tear Down, Tripwire Interactives, Zen Studios, Alchema Interactive, Appeal Studios, Ashbourne, Black Forest Games, Bugbear Entertainment. They made Wreckfest, Campfire Cabal, Experiment 101, Gate 21D. I don't know who that is. Grimlore Games, Gunfire Games, Handy Games, Kakio, Metric Minds, Mirage Games Studios, Nine Rocks Games, Pieces Interactive, Piranha Bytes. Getting there. Powwow Entertainment, Purple Lamp, and Rainbow Studios. That's their non-mobile games. Then they also own Asmodee for tabletop games. Entertainment and services, they own Dark Horse Media. They own Embracer Free Mode, which consists of Bitwave Games, C77 Entertainment, Clear River Games, Game Outlet Europe, Geotech, Grimfrost, Limited Run Games, Middle-earth Enterprises, which means they own the right to literally everything Lord of the Rings, Quantic Lab, whatever the fuck that is, and Singtrix, which is a karaoke machine company, and Tatsujin. I skipped the mobile ones. So, Dwarf's still collecting pigtail, aren't they? These are all real. These are all, like, legit game studios. Like, I know most of those. Also, they own Deus Ex and Tomb Raider, alongside of Crystal Dynamics. Crystal Dynamics came with Deus Ex and Tomb Raider, which they bought for $300 million. Like, why the fuck was Tomb Raider so cheap? The hell? So, also, for reference, after reading through that, they do not own the studio that made the Gollum game. Neither do they own the publisher. But I'm sure there was probably some licensing involved there. Well, I mean, you want to know what my theory is, Goost? My theory is they had a fuckload of money from a lot of cryptocurrency. because Embracer Group has existed since the 90s. They started off as a brick and mortar store owning company. Like they owned a bunch of brick and mortar stores, like small, like physical locations. And then randomly in like 2018, they just started buying shit. And then in 2020, they bought a lot of shit. And what happened in 2017 and then happened again in 2020? Cryptocurrency went boom! So my theory is they just invested a fuckload in Bitcoin and got lucky. Because their money kind of just showed up out of fucking nowhere. Brick and mortar, yeah. Physical store locations. I was kind of tempted to say Bay 12 Games in there just as a joke, but no, they don't own Bay 12. But yeah, monopolies are bad, okay. You mean Rick and Morty? Have you never heard the term brick and mortar? Brick and mortar just means a physical storefront. Just gonna let this dwarf do his thing for a bit while I go fiddle with lava and stuff. Yeah, brick and mortar is just like a term for physical storefronts. That's all. Who the hell are they? I remember when I first heard about them, it was like 2017 or 18 or something when they first started buying studios. And I remember reading that and going, that's a creepy as fuck name for a megacorp. Like, prepare to be embraced. But yeah, no, I know people who work for like studios that are under the Embracer name. And, you know, like, a year ago, they were all like, yeah, no, like, they're pretty hands-off. They're a good parent company, yada, yada, and now everybody's nervous. The old Nordic games that they started out from way back in the late 90s. Yeah, because Nordic Games was one of the first things that Embracer Corp or Embracer Group owned, right? Which then like merged with THQ, and then everything has been downhill since. Oh yeah, also all that THQ stuff, THQ Nordic and all that is also all Embracer. Hope his job is safe. Just hope everybody's jobs are safe. Up until now, they were really hands-off. Yep. I don't know. I love games as an industry and as an art form, and when I see companies like that, it makes me really worried because I'm very careful about what studios I support, and like, you know, System Shock, right? System Shock is published by Prime Matter. That's a game I've been streaming a bunch recently, right? Prime Matter is owned by, you know, fortunately they don't own it. They're that Night Dive Studios is owned by fucking Atari, which might actually be worse. Yeah, no, that's where they got like Volition and a lot of other things was from the THQ collapse. They bought a lot of stuff. But it's like a lot of their big releases that, or a lot of the big releases that have come out of Embracer's purchases have all been like largely flops. Cause like, you know, that new Saints Row game fucking did gangbusters. Right? I mean, like, they released a new Saints Row game? What? Yeah, there's a recent Saints Row game. It's an Epic Games exclusive. Okay. And it's largely terrible. Of course it is. Ugh. All right, let's just make sure there's no dwarves in here. No dwarves in here. lock the door, and pull the lever. Now we wait. Let's see if it works. Oh, absolutely, Commander Hunk. Trying to think of like large profile games that studio put out, or that anything that Embracer has put out that is good. There's got to be a few that I'm just not thinking of, but it's like every single one of their high profile releases has been not well received. Another one? The Forgotten Beast, Sod Sherlacosalem core has come. A three-eyed petrosaur. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its copper scales are blocky and close set. Beware its poisonous bite. Where is it? Is it going to die to the aluminum monster? Maybe the crystal glass monster. Oh yeah, true. But like, have Coffee Stain released anything new since Embracer took over, except for Goat Simulator? Because I don't think so. Because they released Goat Simulator 3, which I completely forgot about until I was like, what has Coffee Stain done recently? Satisfactory is pretty big, but that was released before the buyout. Seems like creature found some cave dwellers. We'll just pull these two. Let's fill this up quicker. They own all of the Coffee Stain video game companies. Diamond. Was Val... Okay, actually, I think you might be right. I think Valheim was published like around the same time they got bought out. I think you are right there. That sounds right. I always forget about Valheim because I don't play it, so... You hope they don't mess with Deep Rock? I doubt they'll mess with it. Unless it starts to not make them money. Then expect DLC. Which, you know, it already has quite a bit of, right? Yeah, the game's already got $100 in DLC, so... But yeah, no, they own Ghost Ship, so... They own Ghost Ship and, like, I would assume all of that. Also the Deep Rock Survivor. Whatever. But that's Fun Day Games. It's just published by Ghost Ship. That's like a different studio that's making that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm weirded out by the whole thing. It's just creepy. That bituminous coal on fire? That'll be on fire for a while. Well, I mean, you know what they really need to do? They need to go over to the Mad Lads that are working on... Okay, so this is what this is my wish list. My personal wish list of what I would do if I was Embracer Group right now is I would go over to New Blood and be like, hey, you guys make really good games that look old. Remaster Deus Ex 1. Just do it. Just make Deus Ex 1 in your lovely art style. And we'll charge $50 for it. Easy buy. No question. And also, like, do the good old Tomb Raider games. Because there's bad old Tomb Raider games, and then there's good old Tomb Raider games. Do the good ones. Although it's really shitty of me to say that to get those guys to do it instead of Crystal Dynamics, but I feel bad for Crystal Dynamics. That studio got dicked around a lot. I feel like Crystal Dynamics is always like one bad game release away from just like being forcibly retired and shutting down. Or kind of like IO in that way, where it's like up until like these recent Hitman games, it's like up until Hitman 2, it kind of seemed like that studio was in a weird spot. Also, I definitely read your dwarf's description, but never actually gave you a dwarf, PB. I'm just gonna put that in there. I definitely read the description. I just never actually named the dwarf. That one. And deconstructed there. I got crap just sitting up here. All right. So I guess next thing we can start working on here, right here. You have to get the Dwarf Redemption lowrides. $500. $496. So this is for flooring. Let's just go with conglomerate. All right, so that's going to be where the forge is going to go. I am cool, Dan. Has been found dead. I assume beaten to death by the captain of the guard. Yes. Rest in peace, I am cool, Dan. I am angry, Dan. They wanted a dwarf that would die quickly, so I gave them a dwarf that would die quickly. And their wish has been granted. Oh, I intentionally made sure my captain of the guard for this fort was very strong because I've had problems with, you know, I've had problems with tantruming dwarves in this fort, and sometimes it's easier to just eradicate the issue. How's the artifact doing? Good question. I just saw the dwarf run by, so I'm assuming they are still working on it, but still hauling pigtail cloth. I wish I knew what year this started. Like, how long have they been working on this artifact for? Still working at it. Still going. This dwarf says, family is the true bond that keeps society. I'm not counting all of them, Falgy, but when he gets back to his workshop, I will click it and show you. Yeah, it's once it's claimed, they can't unclaim it. Yeah, No, I think it's like 600. It's in the hundreds. Balgi. I ain't counting him. He's been doing this for like a year. I actually stopped my dwarves from making more pigtails so that he would stop. Another amulet can't be. I don't think it can be an amulet because it's a masonry shop. It's not a craft store shop or a clother's. I don't think masons can make, or it's a stonecutter's shop rather, not masonry because they renamed them. This. So this is it. Here, we'll keep following this dwarf while this is up. So first off, I have to scroll down to where the items start being claimed, which is just through a lot of blocks. And furniture. Okay, there we go. So he's got gypsum, pig leather, oak logs, camel leather, nickel bars, pigtail cloth, gold bars, and then the rest of this is all pigtail cloth. I hope it's the most dedicated door in history, and then I will make it my front door. I mean, I ain't even mad. Just slightly distressed. Oh, probably, but why would I ruin his artifact? This dwarf wants the pigtail cloth. I'm not going to take that from Warfu. Warfu will complete the artifact. Yeah, it's the item quality. I want to say 2 stars is the highest. Is like, or big gold turtles or whatever they are. Remind you to only make cloth as you need it. I mean, sure, Baron. Sure. As we sit here and wait. I don't think I've ever had that happen, Real Pragma, but I would assume it's the same bug. Because I've definitely seen screenshots of that. How much is left in that box he's going to? That's a good question. Oh boy. All right, I'm going to take a piece of advice from person in chat earlier. I'm going to make a cloth stockpile and then remove cloth from that. Just get a wheelbarrow, yeah, and fill her up. Manticore Alpha, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. I have bad news about your dwarf. Bye, Tome. Hello. Chat, I think Batome is chicking you out. How much cloth is there in the stock screen? I will check once the loading is done. Fortress operators are risky business? Yeah. I like how Lyagushka goes into lurk mode and then immediately after going into a lurk mode says, "Oh my fucking god," at the amount of stuff here. Oh shit, Stasis Bone Totem is out. Those games look super cool, aesthetically. Sequel to the game Stasis. But such a good art style in those games. The Brotherhood makes really cool little isometric adventure games. All right, so let's make a clothing stockpile right here. Cloth. It's gonna go up here. Gonna go to cloth and just remove it all. Dwarves are mostly constructing buildings, so it will take a little bit. Because most of the dwarves are doing this. I mean, we've stopped and started following him a couple times. Like, we're actually just filling this up. Hopefully the meeting was easy. Turns out I don't have enough lava flow to this pump. Yeah, not even close. But for the stock screen under cloth, we have 885 pigtail cloth. And this dwarf decided he wanted pigtail cloth. Oh boy. Yeah, at some point I really want to play Stasis and Stasis Bone Totem as well as Beautiful Desolation, which are the 3 games from that studio. They've been on my to-do list for a while. But because I play so much Dwarf Fortress, it's hard to fit other games in. I'm just cutting out this so that I can get more lava flow into here. Let's hope nobody one-shots themselves by stepping into the lava. So far, so good. To-do list, 30 games. Actual to-do list, Dwarf Fortress. Pretty much. Well, I mean, I know no matter what other games I play, I'm going to get a significantly lower percentage of people tuning in, right? So there is definitely some of that going on there, but it's fine for the most part. I like playing Dwarf Fort, so it's okay. It's a prison I've made for myself, and I live here. Yeah, this will speed this up, hopefully. There we go. There we go. That's flowing much faster. Much faster. See, it's 7s all the way out to here now. It was like 3s out to here before. And this is going to be my forges once it's constructed. Oh, no thread. I screwed up. No thread, no thread, no thread. Sure, no metal thread. In fact, let's just go plant cloth. Just gonna dump this thread. Not that it needs to be thrown out, but I just want it out of that stockpile. Metal industry and throwing at bad people. Mostly metal industry. Also throwing at bad people. It's like a poop cannon, but significantly hotter and more effective. Also glass. Well, I mean, it's the reason Tarn doesn't want to put poop in the game. Is because we would throw it at people. Yes, that mud is definitely ocean floor. It's not what it looks like. Because, like, if there's liquids in Dwarf Fortress, the first thing Dwarf Fortress players do is throw it at the bad guy, right? And every single time a liquid has been added to Dwarf Fortress, that's what we've done, is learned how to weaponize it. And Tarn has stated, he's like, I'm okay with dwarves being a little goofy and obscene, but don't really want them to turn into actual potty humor. Although Tarn has said that he's come around on the idea of manure and is okay with cow poop in the game. So hopefully at some point we will get manure and urine from cattle, which will suddenly make making leather a lot more complicated. Set them on fire, they explode. I do actually have a video of that. It's quite old. By that, I mean, was a week before the game came out. But here, let me see if I can get you this clip. The wiki's gonna have an article on peeing animals. Naturally! So this is old school ASCII DF, but you see this tiny little green D? This green D is a dragon. This is a stockpile full of alcohol, okay? Dragon move up and shoot dragon fire at small child, and small child turn into, you know, nothing much. Then dragon fire normally go out about this far, but it hits this stockpile and then it goes in a second. When I unpause the game, there it goes. So that's how you weaponize alcohol, is all the ones that just exploded were the ones with booze in them. The ones that didn't explode didn't have booze in them. So if you can get a fireball into an alcohol stockpile, you get big boom. That's how you make bombs in Dwarf Fort. They're not very effective, but they are hysterical, so. That was the week before the game came out. I think we had like 110 people watching in that stream. That was the last fort that I built in the old version of the game, which was Stonewater. That's the name of the fort. Where we had giant towers that pumped lava up through the towers and then dumped the lava onto enemies as they walked along glass walkways. It was pretty glorious. I enjoyed that fort. One of my better forts, in fact. I love how they still managed to get cave spider silk cloth in here. Have I ever made a zoo? I've made zoos before, but never like every animal in the world. There is certain things in Dwarf Fortress that I'm pretty sure without adventure mode is actually just impossible, and I think that's one of them. Because you'd need to get every single animal in the world, and the vast majority of them aren't tamed, right? Like, you only actually have access to the animals that your faction and friendly factions have tamed, right? So that's not a large number of animals. Because you basically the way to do that, I would think, would just be an adventurer and run around and tame everything, train everything, and then bring like a cloud of animals with you to the fort. No. I'm Koran. Unless you happen to have a faction that's full of goblins. No, there is no way to be friendly with the goblins. They will always eventually invade you. Try refreshing. Still an ice. Because it should be up, but usually means that someone else already has the button open. Like that. Because Twitch doesn't like show things to everybody. Well, here's the thing. If it says it's out of stock, it means someone has either already redeemed it or has the button up, and it won't let you redeem it if somebody already has it. So it just means you weren't ready. Or you had it up before it was out of or in stock, and you have to have it closed before it comes into stock. So if you tell me that, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to make a bunch more people check. That's literally all it does. And then you won't get it. So don't say anything in the future if you would like a chance of getting it. Static Electro, what kind of dwarf would you like? This one's taken. This is Warfu. Absolutely you can. Although the switch back and forth isn't exactly always smooth. To Stillanitis. There we go. Stillanitis. What kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, you can, as Randir. The issue is when you retire the fort and reclaim the fort, dwarves leave and come and go, right? And items get moved around and stuff. So you have to rebuild and reorganize your fort every time. But yes, you can absolutely make a fort, found a fort, start building it, then play as an adventurer, gather up a bunch of animals and an artifact, read a book of secrets of life and death, murder 2 necromancers, enslave a demon, and then show back up with all those people following you. Yeah, exactly. Time passes, right? And you have no control. The dwarves are in charge when you're gone. And the dwarves are very, not always good at running forts. Your fort might get destroyed. Like, somebody could invade it. Like, I've had that happen. I retire a fort, and then the next day, everything, it's just immediately, So I can't give you the most upset dwarf, because that's Warfu. I can give you the second most upset dwarf. What do you think? Maffle? Does this work? Works for you? Got it. I have a question. Do you want me to let this dwarf stay pissed, or do you want me to try and save them? She is very stubborn, and sometimes with little determination and confidence. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She tends to hang on to grievances and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she is occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and inhales sharply when she's angry, and she needs alcohol, and she often drums her fingers when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She personally dreams of creating a great work of art and does not value tranquility, and she personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and values honesty and values sacrifice and does not particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Let her do her thing? Gotcha. She likes chalk and silver and red flash opal and red flash opal and where am I? Maple wood and the color dark tan, giant beavers for their tree falling habits, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and impossible prefers to consume dwarven beer and quinoa flour and absolutely hates lizards. With how eager the king is to move my dirt holes, I question the managerial ability of your king. What is your king trying to do? She has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. Her teeth are tangled. Her round copper eyes have very large irises, and she has curly hair, and her hair is somewhat greasy, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her ears are splayed out, and her head and her wait, what? Her ears are splayed out, her cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and her head is somewhat tall. Her head is burnt umber with a touch of gray. What a strange-looking dwarf. All right. Everybody's apparently storing items in stockpiles. Dolomite, looks like. Finally! Huzzah! It only took like 2 hours. Okay. Let's scroll down this. I'm not counting these, Chad. My finger's starting to hurt. I couldn't even scroll up in time. Warfu, the miller, has created Larul Vangush, a gypsum coffer, and offers it to the Machine of Oceans. Whoa. Okay, the game lagged quite considerably when I clicked it. This is a gypsum coffer. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gypsum cabochons and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of pigtail. This object is adorned with hanging rings of nickel and pigtail, and menaces with spikes of pig leather, one-humped camel leather, gold, and pigtail. On the item is an image of Mistim Waterbolt, the dwarf, and dwarves in oak. Mistim Waterbolt is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Mistim Waterbolt to the position of Baron of the Tufted Urns in 247. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. Also, I think that dwarf was in Heatstone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans of the Tufted Urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in pigtail. The goblins are refusing the dwarves. The artwork relates to the defeat of the foggy gears of the Tufted Urns and the takeover of Vessel Sounded by the brutal ticks in the mid-autumn of 290. During the conquest of Vessel Sound, that was an event that happened during Heatstone. On the item is an image of Dumat Future Whips, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Dumat Future Whips is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Dumat Future Whips to the position of Baroness of the Tufted Urns in the early winter of 293. On the item is an image of pig in pigtail. Weird. On the item is an image of spinach in pigtail. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of Rifa, Granite Deer, the elf, and Thamalia Helmed Lobsters, the elf in pigtail. Thamalia Helmed Lobsters is striking down Rifa, Granite Deer. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Rifa Granite Deer by the elf Thamayi helmed lobsters, in the dead water in the midsummer of 294 during Ephrethi, the assaulted attack. On the item is an image of magicians of the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer. Okay, so there's an image of this. Also, this is called the magicians of killing. That's a really good name. On the item is an image of Zan Leafy Whip, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Zan Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zan Leafy Whip to the position of queen in the tufted urns in year 1. The item is an image of the magicians of killing the gypsum coffer and pigtail. The item is an image of the magicians of killing the gypsum coffer and pigtail. The item is an image of a beaver man in pigtail. The item is an image of magicians of killing the gypsum coffer and pigtail. The item is an image of magicians of killing the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing the gypsy coffer and pigtail. The item is an image of Negozo, Torment Spark, the goblin and dwarves in pigtail. Negozo, Torment Spark, is speaking with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the impersonation of the goblin Tekkud, crazed shoots by the goblin Negozo, Torment Spark in the tufted urns in the midsummer of 246. The item is an image of cushion cabochons and pigtail. My jaw is starting to hurt. The item is an image of the magicians of killing the gypsum coffer and pigtail. And the item is an image of Cog, Razorlash, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Cog, Razorlash, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cog Razorlash to the position of Baron of the Tufted Urns in the midsummer of 298. Also during one of my forts, and that happened in one of my forts. That was one of my dwarves. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of the Relic. Oh, no, sorry, not relic. It's relic kindled. The praised lobsters of the tufted urns in 154. And the item is an image of an abaca tree in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans of the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of a spiny dogfish in pigtail. And the item is an image of Ushrir Lancebolt, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Ushrir Lancebolt is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Ushrir Lancebolt to the position of Baroness of the tufted urns in 127. Good friggin' God. I also did I name Static Electro? I'm pretty sure I got distracted by this and didn't actually name Static Electro. I will name Static Electro after I'm done reading this. Remind me, chat. On the item is an image of Arug, distance blazed of the goblin, and an elf in pigtail. The elf is striking down Arug distance blaze. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Arug distance blaze by the elf in the dead water in the late summer of 286 during Kagozuma's the crazy attack. Yes. Oh no, right. You gifted it to Stillinitis. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct. Duh. Which I did name. Yes. This is a lot. I apologize. During 286, during Kazo's the crazy attack, on the item is an image of the author and the other topics in the native platinum bound codex in pigtail. The author and the other topics is withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of the author and other topics in the dead water in the late spring of 283 during, and on the item is an image of codexes in pigtail. On the item is an image of a catapult parts in pigtail. The item is an image of cubic cube in pigtail. The item is an image of magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the gypsum coffer and pigtail, the killing. On the item is an image of the magician killing a gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of Datan helmed armor, the dwarf, and Cybrek equal bridge, the hopeful rasps, the dwarf and pigtail. Datan helmed armor is making a plaintive gesture. I'm gonna drink some water or coffee. It has water in it. You okay out there, chat? You hanging up? You still alive? Okay, good. The tanned Harshed armor is making a plaintive gesture, and Cybrek, the hopeful rasps, is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Titan by the dwarf Cybrek, the hopeful rasps in Machinewaters in mid-autumn of 219. On the item is that was last year. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. I guess this dwarf got some inspiration while they were making the artifact. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans of the tufted urn urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of a chickpea plant in pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of Flank Snarls, the dwarf, as Flank Snarls. That's me. Blind IRL is the name of that dwarf, actually. The dwarf in pigtail. Flank Snarls is surrounded by dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Flank Snarls to the position of king. The Tufted Urns in 268 and is still our king to this day, as far as I know, unless I've died. On the item is an image of maple in pigtail. On the item is an image of nethercaps in pigtail. On the item is an image of a mandrill in pigtail. On the item is an image of a dwarf in pigtail. On the item is an image of a round cabochons in pigtail. On the item is an image of a pearl mullet plant in pigtail. On the item is an image of mango trees in pigtail. On the item is an image of a broad cross in pigtail. On the item is an image of an Aleth, a calm page, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Silver Shadow 315, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. I very much appreciate it. I will continue reading now. Aleth, calm page, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Aleth's calm page is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Aleth's calm page is the position of queen in the year 100 of the Tufted Urns and blah blah blah. On the item is an image of 3 shining suns in pigtail. On the item is an image of Zon Leafy Whip, the dwarves in pigtail. On the item is an image Zon Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zon Leafy Whip to the position of queen of the Tufted Urns in year 1. We're not even halfway done. On the item is an image of magicians killing in the gypsum coffer in pigtail. The item on the item is an image of a tetrahedra in pigtail. On the item is an image of Edom Windboot the dwarf and Imbo Prince Helps the dwarf in pigtail. Imbo Prince Helps is striking down Edom Windboot. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Edom Windboot by the dwarf Imbo Prince Helps. That's a weird name. Imbo, it's a human name. In the dead winter, in the dead water in the late summer of 284. What else do you think I'm going to do, UGDPY? This is all your fault, Warfu. You made this. Where was I? Might as well start from the beginning because I lost my spot, chat. That's the killing of the dwarf Edom Windboot by the dwarf the dead one in the late summer of 284. During Estop Solslo, the Siege of Traps. On the item is an image of Ini Deathbirth, the human in pigtail. Ini Deathbirth is withering away. The artwork relates to passing the human Imi Deathbirth in the dead water in 292. On the item is an image of a cloud in pigtail. On the item is an image of a single grain wheat in pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing in gypsum. The gypsum coffer in pigtail. More recursive images. On the item is an image of Asteth Rockswebs, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Asteth Rockswebs is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Asteth Rockswebs to the position of king of the Tufted Urns in 2549. The item is an image of a roachman in pigtail, and the item is an image of Smucksmum, Scribed Flare, the goblin, and Ocelot in pigtail. Ocelot is striking down Smucksman. Scribed Flare. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Smucksmum, Scribed Flare, by an ocelot in the dead water in the late winter of 298 during Samuzthop, the scorching sieges. On the item is an image of palms of pigtail. Most of these sieges, by the way, are them attacking my old fort. Most of them. On the item is an image of date palms and pigtail. On the item is an image of Osma, boring Bend the goblin in leopard's in leopard pigtail, and a leopard in pigtail. On the item is an image of a leopard, and the leopard is striking down Osma. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Osma by a leopard in the dead water in the late winter of 285, also in my fort, during the outrageous assault. On the item that was when the elves and the humans and the goblins attacked me at the same time. On the item is an image of Isle Style Pikes, the empty humility, and the elf Vadane Lance Dive, the elf in pigtail. Vadane Lance Dive is. I'm trying, Bears. Vaded Lance Drive is striking down Isle Style Pikes at the empty humility. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Isle Style Pikes, the empty humility, the elf, and by the elf Vadme in the dead water in the midsummer of 284 during Efre Thussel, the assault of targeting. On the item is an image of Asteth Rockswebs, the dwarf, and in pigtail. Asteth Rockswebs is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Asteth Rockswebs to the position of king of the Tufted Urns in 249. That's the second image of that dwarf doing that. On the item is an image of the square brilliant cut gem in pigtail. And the item is an image of Asteth Rockwebs, the dwarf, fuck me. And Pigtail Asteth Rockwebs is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Asteth Rockwebs to the position of king of the tufted urns at 249. On the item is an image of a smooth pebble in Pigtail. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Ton Paint Bow, the dwarf, and a pigtail sock. The Ton Paint Bow is raising the pigtail sock. It relates to the masterful pigtail sock created by the dwarf paint bow by the Machine of Oceans and Machinewaters in the mid-autumn of 308. On the item is an image of an earring in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. On the item and the dwarves are traveling. That relates to the foundation of Machinewaters again by the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. I think if Krug Smash made one of these, he would have to delay his video by like a month just to draw all of this. Also smooth pebble, yes, just also a smooth pebble. Just for your own amusement, you tried to compare the progress of the scroll bar to the last 5 minutes based on the video. It seems the scroll bar literally has... I'm scared to scroll, though. If I scroll, I lose my spot. This is the item of sweaty knees and mom's spaghetti. Yeah. My jaw hurts. 2-hour artifact though, right? Yep. Coffee break. Is there a way to copy paste this into chat? Fuck, I wish. On the item is an image of the machine of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of ethereal stroke fragrance, the elf, and Alice despair stalked the hunger of frightening the slate gray demon in pigtail. Ooh. Alice despair strike the hunger of frightening is striking down Thayer stroke fragrance. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Thayer stroke fragrance by the slate gray demon. The hunger of frightening in the dead water in the late winter of 290 during Efene Frafe, the cremated assault. In 290, there was demons walking around on the earth? That's a little sketch, because I haven't dug too deep in this world yet. On the item is an image of Sickness Declines, the Wolfman in Pigtail. Sickness Declines is withering away. The artwork relates to the passing of the Wolfman, Sickness Declines, that checks out, in the dead water in mid-spring of 307. On the item is an image of Odom Lessendented, the human, and Avel Gore-chucked, the goblin in Pigtail. Avel Gore-chucked is striking down Odom Lessendented. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Odom Lessendented by the goblin Avil Gorchucked in the dead water in the mid-autumn of 282. I've snoozed the ads 3 times, so I'm out of snoozes, which means ads are about to run. I'm sorry. On okay, hold on. Where was I? The artwork relates to the killing of the human Odom Lessendented by the goblin Avil in the dead water in the mid-autumn of 282 during Rislu Okush. The Siege of Assault. This is a very detailed chest. On the item is an image of Kata Dale Passions, the elf, and Nerva Savagehoof, the elf in Pigtail. Nerva Savagehoof is striking down Kata Dale Passions. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Kata Dale Passions by the elf Nerva Savagehoof in the dead water in the late winter of 285. You know, Tygo, you joke that this is a Legends reading stream now. You know what this feels like? It feels like I'm reading numbers in the Bible again. Back when, like, I had to do that shit when I was forced to in, like, Bible studies. That's what this feels like. Anybody who, like, was forcibly raised Christian will know what I'm talking about. All right. Nerva Savagehoof is striking down Kata. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Kata by the elf Nerva Savagehoof in the dead water in the late winter of 285 during Ephra Parobo.
#worth.
I'm working on it. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. This is all just encouragement to make me keep reading all this. He got all this done in no time at all. Yeah, no, that was quick. He must have been like scribbling on them while he was running back and forth, I would think. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans and the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail, and the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail, and the item is an image of a rye in pigtail. On the item is an image of radiant cut gem in pigtail, and the item is an image of Alath, column page, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. Alath, column page is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Alath, column page, to the position of queen of the tufted urns in the year 100. That's the second time that's been written. I'm starting to feel like I'm reading in a circle. On the item is an image of pathways to the trees, the nickel silver bound codex in pigtail. Pathways is withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of pathways to the trees in the dead water in the early autumn of 289. During Mothandafafri, the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans of the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer in pigtail. And the item is an image of tower caps in pigtail. And the item is has it moved yet? Fuck, it hasn't. The item is an image of feather tree in pigtail. On the item is an image of Sigam barn rooms, the dwarf, and Avu's narrow arrows, the dwarves in pigtail. Sigam barn rooms is making a plaintive gesture. Average is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Saigan by Avuz in Machinewaters in the mid-spring of 319. That's my dwarves tantruming. On the item is an image of Rakbin, Thorough Mirrors, the human, and Puck, the human in pigtail. Puck is striking down Rakbin. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf or human Rakbin by the human Puck in the dead water in the late summer of 284 during Estop Stuslo, the siege of traps. On the item is an image of mangroves in pigtail. On the item is an image of Lini Risenblaze, the elf in Itha. Scorn scales, the walls of catching, the elf in pigtail. Etha scorn scales, the walls of catching is striking down Lini Risenblaze. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Lini Risenblaze by the elf Itha Scorch Scales, the walls of catching in the dead water in the midsummer of 284 during Ephra Erethi, the assaulted attack. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laughing at me, probably. The artwork relates to the performance of the Meandering Mother, led by the Tufted Urns in Portal Locks in the part of the Festival of Goals in the midsummer of 155. During the 20th musical performance of the Festival of Goals, holy shit, it moved. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans of the Tufted Urns in the early spring of 304. This would be really good for getting your child to sleep. I'm surprised chat's not asleep, Orfu. At least you have vacations. Oh, come on, I live for this shit. This is fun. Where am I? This reminds me of the time I read a 64-page book in Caves of Cud, which was just like, literally took me 4 hours, and it was word salad. You hit by ads? Ah, shit. No, I'm not starting over, sorry. Okay. Back at it. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans and the Tufted Urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of Rovod. Of Rovod Pristine Tome, the dwarf in pigtail. Rovod Pristine Tome is in the fetal position, just like me. The artwork relates to the dehydration of the dwarf Rovod Press Tome in Machinewaters in the midsummer of 310. On the item is an image of As Flying Snarls, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. As Flying Snarls is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf As Flying Snarls to the position of king and the Tufted Urns of 268. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing of the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in pigtail. On the item is an image of oval cabochons in pigtail. And the item is an image of 2 rectangular cabochons in pigtail. And the item is an image of a 4-sided long, 4-sided prism in pigtail. And the item is an image of magicians of the killing the gypsum, coffer, and pigtail. And the item is an image of Rin, attic thief, the human in pigtail. Rin, attic thief, is dead. The artwork relates to the passing of the human Rin, attic thief, in the dead of water in 315. On the item is an image of a strawberry plant in pigtail. On the item is an image of Obi style targets, the tufted palisade of lusters, the elf, and Dimity, channeled bean, the elf, that's a good name, channel bean, the elf in pigtail. Dimity channel bean is striking down Obi, the tufted palisade of lusters, and the artwork relates to the killing of the elf Obi style targets, the tufted palisade of lusters by the elf Dimity in the dead water in the midsummer of 283 during Ribby Raffi, the squeezing assaults. And the item is an image of Hither seared search tiles, the human in pigtail. Hither search tiles is withering away. The artwork relates to the passing of the human Hither search tiles in the dead water in mid-spring of 300. On the item is an image of Odom Constructile, the dwarf in pigtail. On the item is an image of Moral Lantern searches, the carnivorous dwarf in, and Infa splash creatures, the fur of Straps, the hill titan. Oh, I remember that one. The fur of Straps, the hill titan. We killed that. Infa splash creatures, the fur of Straps is striking down Moral. The carnivorous, the Straps is striking down Moral. Lantern searches, the carnivorous, and the artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Moral. Lantern searches the carnivorous by the hill titan Infa. That was my militia commander, which is why they had a title. The fur of Straps in Machinewaters in the mid-summer of 218 during the rampage of the Hill Titan Infa splash creatures, the fur of Straps in Machinewaters. On the item is an image of Ushat, Lancer fainted, the dwarf in pigtail. On the item is an image of Bosa Blaze Terrors, the goblin, and Iton Cloak Busts, the circumstantial den of volcanoes, the dwarf in pigtail. Iton Cloak Busts is the circumstantial den of volcanoes is striking down Bosa Blaze Terrors. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Bosa Blaze Terrors by the goblin Iton Cloak Busts in the circumstantial den of volcanoes with the steel spear in Machinewaters in the early winter of 312. The 9th attempted abduction of Machinewaters. Wait, what? Of the killing of the goblin Bosa during the 9th attempted abduction. Oh, they're talking about like kidnapping kids. Huh. Anyway, on the item is an image of Asteth Roxwebs, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Asteth Roxwebs is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the ascension of the dwarf Asteth Roxwebs, the position of king of the tufted urns of 249. The item is an image of a trillion-cut gem in pigtail. And the item is an image of a skink man in pigtail. And the item is an image of the machines of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. And the item is an image of a leech man in pigtail. And the item is an image of thin cross in pigtail. And the item is an image of Atu tax hexes, the goblin, and Id Letterfed, the dwarf in pigtail. Id Letterfed is striking down Atu tax hexes. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Atu tax hexes by the dwarf Id Letterfed with a steel battle axe in Machinewaters. No, Dokasa. I will not read the Discord word story in the middle. Fuck. Hold up. Oh, I don't have much to read. So I will just simply say, our testing is primarily warped to further prove our gaming expertise lacks dwarves and beer and necessary receivance of ohms today. Suddenly salad vanished. Depreciative text. All caught up. Where was I? Id Litterfed is striking. Okay. On the item is an image of Cross and Pigtail. On the item is an image of Atu Tax Hexes the Goblin and Id Letterfed the Dwarf and Pigtail. Id Letterfed is striking down Atu Tax Hexes, and the arc relates to the killing of the Goblin Tax Hexes by the Dwarf Letterfed with a steel battle axe Machinewaters in the early winter of of 314 Pi year during Etsop Nolsto, the Siege of Gorging. On the item is an image of rose-cut gems and pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves and pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans, and the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of tapered baguette-cut gems and pigtail. On the item is an image of machines of killing in the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of Odom, construct tail, the dwarf and pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves and pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves and pigtail. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack of the clear boulders of the tufted urns by the barbarity of dirt in the late summer of 301 during Bosletstop, the scabrous sieges. On the item is an image of dwarves and pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans and the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. The item is an image of Zimkel, crevice echoes, the goblin, and Irene Glacier Jungle, the elf and pigtail. Irene Glacier Jungle is striking down Zimkel, crevice echoes. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Zimkel, crevice echoes by the elf Irene Glacier Jungle in the dead water in the mid-spring of 287 during Estop Ospu, the Siege of Rage. On the item is an image of pandas and pigtail, and the item is an image of dwarves and pigtail, and the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans in the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of the machine of killing, of the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of coconut palms and pigtail. On the item is an image of trillion cut gems and pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing, a gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of a coconut palm and pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of Zan Leafy Whip, the dwarf and pigtail. On the item, Zan Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zan Leafy Whip to the position of queen of the tufted urns in year 1. On the item is an image of a quarry bush in pigtail. On the item is an image of Edom clam flags? Man, I feel bad for you. The dwarf and dwarves and pigtail. Edom Clam Flangs is raising the pigtail dress. The artwork relates to the masterful pigtail dress created by Edom Clam Flangs in the Machine of Oceans at the Machine of Water at Machinewaters in the early autumn of 318. On the item is an image of the bayberry tree in pigtail, and the item is an image of the dwarf and pigtail. On the item is an image of Ushat Lancer Fence, the dwarf and pigtail, the dwarves. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing and the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of the briolette cut gem and pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing, the gypsum coffer and pigtail. On the item is an image of a single cut gem and pigtail. On the item is an image of Ushat Lancerface, the dwarf and pigtail. On the item is an image of a crescent moon and pigtail. On the item is an image of a Ume singular, the human, in pigtail. On Ume singular is in the fetal position. The artwork relates to the passing of the human Ume siege ruler, not singular, in the dead water in the late winter of 385. On the item is an image of oval cabochons and pigtail. On the item is an image of Ithma, Autumn sister, the elf, and Limithi Petaltaup, the elf in pigtail. Petaltaup is striking down Autumnal sister. The artwork relates to the striking down of Autumnal sister. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf. Why is it like multiple writing itself? The killing of the elf by the elf in the dead winter in the early summer of 383 during Enefa Refi, the cremated assault on. Oh, actually, bet they're being resurrected by a necromancer, which is why it says they killed them twice. I need to breathe. $850 wrap up, but yeah. Oh, also to anybody who's tuned in since this started, I'm sorry.
You got this.
No, I'm not starting over. Thanks for the encouragement. Okay, where was I? On the item is an image of 2 bluefish in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing, a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of 3 taper cut, baguette cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of a rose cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans of the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of Upor spread bulb. Madness! Truly. On the item is an image of Upor spread bulb, the human in pigtail. And a tiger in pigtail. I missed that bit. The tiger is striking down Upar Spreadbulb. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Upar Spreadbulb by the tiger in the dead water in the early summer of 300 during Ginkash Lasod, the onslaught of routing. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of Odom Constructail, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. On the item, the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans and of the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of Lular Boneseared, that's a good name, the goblin and a goblin in pigtail. The goblin is striking down Lular Boneseared. Unnamed goblin is striking down named goblin. Please, please, please tell me that's the tame goblin from the last fort. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Lular by a goblin in the dead water in the late autumn of 314 during Nasha Imsig, the attack of ringing? It could be. On the item is an image of a giant buzzard in pigtail. On the item is an image of Kimil Bellcinch, not Ballcinch. Kimil Bellcinch, I'm going to call him Ballcinch, the dwarf in pigtail. Ballcinch is in the fetal position, naturally. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Kimil Ballcinch by a I know who that is! By a flying object in Machinewaters. There's a short of this. That is Diamond Destruct getting clapped in the head by a brick from the cave-in that happened. That's Diamond Destruct getting hit in the head with a brick. I mean, I will see. I don't know if I would be that mean to Krug Smash. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Ballcinch by a flying object in Machinewaters in the late autumn of 314. On the item is an image of a basking shark in pigtail. On the item is an image of a horse in pigtail. The horse is withering away. The artwork relates to the passing of the horse in the dead water in the mid-spring of 316. On the item is an image of magicians of killing of the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the machine of oceans of the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of table cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of Saxul Axe Murders, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Saxul Axe Murders is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Saxul Axe Murders on the position to the position of Baroness of the tufted urns in 233. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Nourishcraft by the by the rope of buds in the tufted urns in 125. On the item is an image of oval-cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of Urist, Prophet Rings, the dwarf, and Ubel, bolts counted, the released beach, the dwarf in pigtail. Urist, Prophet Rings is making a plaintive gesture. Ubel, bolts counted. The released beach is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf. Urist, Prophet Rings by the dwarf. Ubel, bolts constrained. The released beach in Machinewaters in the early winter of 315. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of three toads in pigtail. On the item is an image of cassavas in pigtail. On the item is an image of mahoganies in pigtail. On the item is an image of Zan Leafy Whip, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Zan Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves once again, and surrounded by the dwarves. Zan Leafy Whip is the queen of the tufted urns in year 1. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of a circle in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of a single cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of a 2-cut green wheat in pigtail. And the item is an image of a cloud in pigtail. I'm screaming at cloud right now. On the item is an image of 2 rectangular cabochons in pigtail. And the item is an image of magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in fucking pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum fucking coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of my least favorite thing in the okay, never mind. It's not another one of those. On the item is an image of a wave in pigtail. On the item is a square cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of Dissa Lapolays, the elf, and Alice Despair talked in the hunger of frightening the slate gray demon in pigtail. Alice, despair talked. The hunger of frightening is striking down Dasa Laplace. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Dasa Laplace by the slate gray demon. The hunger of frightening in the dead water in the late summer of 295. That's a different year than the previous one, meaning this demon is running around killing people currently in the world. Ow, my jaw. Have I considered becoming an auction host? I mean, no? No, I haven't, actually, now that you ask. It's just like the time that someone asked me if I've ever done modeling, and I was like, I beg your fucking pardon? The Squished Onslaught. On the item is an image of 2 oval cabochons in pigtail. On the item is an image of 3 amethyst men in pigtail. On the item is an image of 2 of an oval cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of Zan, Leafy Whip, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. And Zan, Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zan, Leafy Whip to the position of queen. The tufted herds of year 1. On the item is an image of Samsla, Weather Rent, the goblin, and tiger, and a tiger in pigtail. The tiger is striking down Samsla, Weather Rent. The artwork relates to the dwarf who didn't pay rent, clearly, or a goblin who didn't pay rent, clearly, and got struck down by a tiger. Blah, blah, blah. In the dead water in the early spring of 294 during Uma's Slag, the attack of screams. Me, IRL, right now. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Mirrored Rains by the letter of weavers of the tufted urns in 295. On the item is an image of risen road fountains, the dwarf, and Bosa, Venture Fiend, the goblin in pigtail. Risen Road Fountains is making a plaintive gesture. Bosa, Vulture Fiend, is laughing at me, probably. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of myself and Risen Road Fountains by the goblin Bosa. Volt Fiend in the iron arrow of the from a copper bow. Wow, that's oddly specific. In Machinewaters in the early spring of 317 during Uma's Okam, the attack of bolting. On the item is an image of magicians of killing the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of Jerry Gord, Metal City, the dwarf in pigtail. Wasn't expecting that. On the item is an image of, that's also a dwarf that's in the previous fort, by the way. Not in this one. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of the Machinewaters of by the machines of, by the Ocean of Machines in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of Alath column page, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Assume. On the Aleth column page is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Aleth column page to the position of queen of the tufted urns at year 100. On the item is an image of tapered cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of Odom construct hail, the dwarf in pigtail. On the item is an image of a gizzard stone in pigtail. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of marquee cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. On the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the ascension to not to the ascension to the foundation of the machine waters of the machine of oceans and the tufted urns of the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of mountains in pigtail. On the item is an image of a octahedron in pigtail. And the item is an image of a circle in pigtail. And the item is an image of 2 bracelets in pigtail. And the item is an image of a garden crest in pigtail. And the item is an image of Zon Leafy Whip, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Zon Leafy Whip is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zon Leafy Whip to the position of queen in year 1, blah, blah, blah. On the item is an image of Ficod. Fuck me. Ficod can channel spread, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. Ficod channel spread is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ficod. Channel spread. The position of Baroness of the Tufted Urns in 201. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing of the gypsum coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of a cow tree in pigtail. On the item is an image of an apple tree in pigtail. On the item is an image of Kubok in pigtail. On the item is an image of a jute plant in pigtail. On the item is an image of we're running out of things to make images of in pigtail. On the item, the dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of machine waters to the position to the machine of oceans of the tufted urns of the I've got my words spaghettied. 800 something in regards to that question. Notokasa. On the item is an image of the study of forest, the bituminous coal-brown codex and Tigtail, the study of forest of withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of the study of forest, blah, 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 in the dead water in the mid-autumn of 284 during the scorching assault. On the item is an image of an oval cabochon in pigtail. On the item is an image of tapered bag-cut gems in pigtail. On the item is an image of Jerry Gord, again, Metal City, the dwarf in pigtail. On the item is an image of an Oriole man in pigtail. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gem in pigtail. On the item is an image of Kosoth Hammerseers, the dimpled lure, the dwarf in pigtail. Hammerseers is striking down Ingas. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Ingas by a dwarf Hammerseers, I think that's my captain of the guard, with a steel battle axe in Machinewaters in the early autumn of 314. On the item is an image of full moons in pigtail. On the item is an image of a bucket in pigtail. On the item is an image of a rectangular cabochons in pigtail. On the item is an image of 2 quinoa in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the tufted urns in the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of a giant lizard in pigtail. On the item is an image of Ago Hellwulls, the goblin, and Bembul, the dwarf, in pigtail. Bembul is striking down Hellwulls. The artwork relates to the killing of the Ago Hellwulls by Bembul with a steel battle axe and Machinewaters in the early winter of 318. On the item is during the 20th attempt of abduction at Machinewaters. On the item is an image of a pig in pigtail. Weird. On the item is an image of Kurlig Leaf Swims, the bearded jungle titan, and Id Senstor, the dwarf in pigtail. Kurlig Leaf Swims, the bearded, is making a plaintive gesture. Id is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the jungle titan. There's a video of this on the YouTube channel. The mortal wounding of the jungle titan, Kurlig Leaf Swims, the bearded, by the dwarf Id, in the midwinter of 315 during the rampage of the jungle titan, Kurlig Leaf Swims in Machinewaters. On the item is an image of a muskmelon in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. On the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters from that we've read this before. On the item is an image of Jerry Gord once again in pigtail. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to something Machinewaters 304, blah, blah, blah. On the item is an image of round cabochons in pigtail. On the item is an image of Asteth, Rockless Webs. We've read this before. In pigtail, surrounded by the dwarves. Yep, Tufted urns, raised, ascension. Yes, this. We've read this. On the item is an image of Magicians of Killing in pigtail, the Gypsum Coffer in pigtail. On the item is an image of Quothe Manor Blazes, the elf, and Litha Orphanhers, the elf. Litha Orphanhers is striking down Quethe Manor Blazes. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Quethe Manor Blazes by Linda Orphanhers in the dead water in the early winter of 284 during Paleothi Whammy. The Paleothi Whammy. Onslaught of Scarring. On the item is an image. Can I just say a whammy being scarring is very funny to me. On the item is an image of Nagam Comtress, the human, and Snobus Brute Jailers, the elf in pigtail. Snobus Brute Jailers is striking down Negam Comtress. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Negam Comtress by the elf Snobus Brute Jailers in the dead of winter, in the midsummer, during the crazy attack. On the item is an image of a raccoon in pigtail, and the item is an image of 3 pointed stars in pigtail, and the item is an image of the Magicians of Killing a Gypsum Coffer in pigtail, and the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the blobbity 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 blah. On the item is an image of smooth pebbles in pigtail, and the item is an image of Asteth Rocks Webs. Yes, Asteth Rocks Webs, 49, 249, Ascension of the dwarf, Rocks Webs, position of king. Yep. On the item is an image of Magicians of Killing the Gypsum Coffer in pigtail, and the item is an image of Rose Dawnclear, the dwarf, and Thrunny Helmsground, the goblin in pigtail. Thrunny Helmsground is striking down Raz Dameclear. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Rose Dameclear by the goblin Thami Helmsground in the dead water in the early spring of 283 during the something or another Bletsu, the Scraped Siege. Hi, back. Still going. So, another ad is about to run. Have I been reading for more than 30 minutes? Holy shit. What am I fucking doing? You took a shot. Oh my Christ. How long is the Book of Numbers? I don't know. I'm sure you could just Google that. Okay. On the item is the image of Alath Column Page, the dwarf, and dwarves in pigtail. Alath Column Page is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Alath Column Page to the position of Queen of the Tufted Urns at the year 100. On the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Machinewaters by the Machine of Oceans of the Tufted Urns of the early spring of 304. On the item is an image of Luck Glimmer's Trest, the goblin and Ketes Heat Sunders the Goblin in Pigtail. Ketes Heat Sunders is striking down Luck Glimmertress. The artwork relates to the killing of the Goblin Glimmertress by the Goblin Ketes Heat Strummers in the Dead Water in the early spring of 307 during Utul Ustul, the onslaught of murdering. On the item is an image of Nenny, Construct Toxin, and Shebi Utterstorms, the human in Pigtail. Shedi Utterstorms is striking down Nemi. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Nemi, but Construct Toxin by the human Shebi Utterstorms in the Dead Water in the early autumn of 384 during the Savage Sieges. On the item is an image of giant skunks in Pigtail. On the item is an image of the Fist of Mesami Pine Soul. Then the World, Pyrite, Pyrolusite bound Codex, and then in Pigtail. On the first Masami, then the World is withering away. The artwork relates to the disappearance of first Masami and then the World in the midwinter of 284. During Rafi knows the assault of targeting. On the item is an image of Gug fastened suit. That's a good name. The Goblin and a tiger in Pigtail. The tiger is striking down Gug fastened suit. The artwork relates to the killing of the Goblin Gug fastened suit by the tiger in the in the Dead Water in the early spring of 287 during Ramez Tosip, the routed sieges. On the item is an image of octagon cut gems in Pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing the gypsum coffer in Pigtail. On the item is another image of Jerry Gord, Metal City, the dwarf in Pigtail. On the item is an image of giant impalas in Pigtail. On the item is an image of a six-sided prisms in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Odom Construct Thale, the dwarf in Pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians of killing the gypsum coffer in Pigtail. On the item is an image of magicians. On the item is an image of the magicians of killing a gypsum coffer in Pigtail. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Obak Rage Vault, the dwarf and dwarves in Pigtail. Obak Rage Vault is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Obak Rage Vault to the position of Baroness in the Tufted Urns in 67. On the item is an image of Forgotten Beasts in Pigtail. On the item is an image of an Ogress of the Night in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Rope Reeds in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Odom Construct Thale, the dwarf in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Trillion Cut Gem in Pigtail. On the item of the image is an image of Thread in Pigtail. On the item is an image of Mountain Diamond, the dwarf and dwarves in Pigtail. Fath Mountain Diamond is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Fath Mountain Diamond to the position of Baron of the Tufted Urns in 295. Holy fuck, we made it! Ah. That's just a line. Thread? Yeah, just let me scroll back up to the top. Then we'll start over. I'll make sure that you get all of it, Asfield. It's very important. Ah, come on. I was trying to use a different finger because my finger is starting to get sore. Also, with that value, you can see how worthless Pigtail is. Sure. Sure. But yeah, we had 860 Pigtail in the fort, I think. So I can see how much of it used. All right. Apparently, I still have like 600 of it left. So I didn't actually grab as much of it as I thought. It was like 300. How you doing, Warfu? Satisfied after creating an artifact? You bloody well better be. I shall name you the Magicians of Killing. That was very satisfying. Certainly almost killed the streamer. So I love that Silver Shadow gifted out 5 gift subs 43 minutes ago, which was around when I started, like, reading that. I think this dwarf's gonna go get some new clothes. So what do we do with that artifact? I think I need to make it, like, its own space. Relieved after being near a waterfall. So would I. I read the whole thing. Adam smash it? No. It just, you know, storing owned item. Putting away some socks. Went and got some new socks. That's what he did afterwards. No, shoes, not socks. I think we're going to build a library around it, and we're going to put it up here. Why do you hate Krug Smash so much? Why do you want him to draw that? And I'm going to put a marker here. That shit's going on YouTube. Nobody's going to watch the whole thing. But that's going on YouTube. Napalm sideburns. Dwarf, what kind? Do want. Tell, please. Streamer. Word bad. Can't remember. Speak, yes. Help. Please. Somebody beardy and bald. Gotcha. On infinite loop. It was so long the redemption reset? Yes. I'm curious about how quickly this fills because this has been pressurizing for a while. Nice and quick. So this is the only beardy bald dwarf I have. Kiddo of the mayor. Does that work? Everybody's in trance. Entranced is one way to put it. Is there going to be shorts about it? I mean, I could absolutely make a short of it. I mean, that wouldn't be hard at all. I absolutely could do that. There's more than enough time in there that I could very easily, you know, do that. Oy. You'll be the kid? Okay. But yeah, no, that really reminds me of the time that I read that 60-something page book. After all that, I have to read more. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he prefers to present himself modestly and is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this. since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he is conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and is quite polite. He tends to think before acting, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dream of mastering a crafter work someday, and personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and does not really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't particularly value commerce. He likes gold sardonyx and avocado wood, platypus leather and cow tooth, moon snail shell in the color violet, and cassowary men for their casks. And the sight of the poetic glosses him impossible, for prefers to consume harp seal and river spirits, and absolutely hates blood gnats. He is short and incredibly fat. His long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven, and his wide-set, sunken, ochre eyes are very round. His nose is short, and his ears are somewhat short, and his hair is cinnamon, and his skin is peach. Discord story got redeemed halfway through that. And there was like a sentence for me to read, so I read it. I'll be honest, like, talking difficult currently. Like, how do I do this again? Fug. How are you, chat? How's things? Getting by? That was either, like, the most insufferable thing I've done in months, or the most entertaining thing I've done in months. And I'm not sure which. Probably somewhere in the middle. Both and neither? Both and neither. I honestly don't know. I should have looked at the length of that and just, like, gone, like, nah. But then you never would have known about the fact that it had, like, 40-something recursive images of itself. Trust me, you get very used to stabbing yourself with meds if you have to do it frequently. I speak with much experience in that. I used to be terrified of needles and almost passed out the first time I had to give myself an injection. But, like, you know, I figured it out. That was exhausting. So, chat, how many of you left and came back during that? Because I did notice the view count dropped, but also it's like 4 p.m. and it usually goes down around this time anyway. Oh shit, I got paid twice. I got a double payday, chat, because my bots account paid out. It didn't pay out last month, but I get like an extra 130 bucks. Cool. I love a double payday. Like, more than halfway through, really? Well, for whatever it's worth, it took that dwarf about a year to collect all of that stuff for that artifact.
I just got here, lol.
You just got here? Hi, here. I'm blind. And thanks for the 11th month, Christus. You went and got some cake? Ooh, what kind of cake? I could go for some cake. I bought some pastries last night and then ate them all last night rather than making dinner. Instead of eating a normal people dinner, I just had some pastries. So something that I was thinking about while I was reading all of that nonsensical dumbness, you know what I should do for those highlight videos? I should include fan art at the ends of the highlight videos. Better do like a monthly fan art video or something, because Elfie Bean keeps drawing these wonderful little fan arts, and every now and again Cooler just randomly sends me fan art too. I should do something with that. Fan art and pigtail? Shut up, you. God damn it!
5 pigtail rings.
And a partridge in a pear tree? It's Lorbam the duckling. That's far too self-referential. On the first day of Dwarfmas, my dwarf friend gave to me, it's a pigtail in a palm tree. So let's see how Warfu is doing. Still the least happy dwarf in the fort. I like how, okay, this dwarf is bored after a lack of troublemaking for too long. I'm pretty sure literally that artifact is an act of troublemaking. Like, that entire artifact is just what I would consider to be troublemaking. The captions are on drugs again. I think the captions are always on drugs, to be fair. And then everybody else, guys, blinds on drugs again. Deaf people, captions are on drugs. Blind, the blind, or everybody else, blinds on drugs again. Ugh. Unfortunately, I don't know anybody who will, like, make and ship pigtail undies to order. I could do socks. Which is a blatant lie. No, he uses them all to their full potential. He doesn't waste resources when working on projects. Exactly. He used exactly the amount of pigtail that was needed for that specific artifact. But I need a nap. Is what I need. Two to 300 something. We had like 800 and we had 600 left. We had like 850 something. And after the artifact was made, we had like a few hundred left. Also, does the game still lag if I click on it? No, it doesn't. Okay, so it only lagged the first time I clicked on it. Like the game like hitched and seized up when I first clicked on it, which had me nervous. How much pigtail? Yes, that is the correct answer. No. I think it's 156 items is what they can hold. Does this happen with metal bars? Yeah, but it's rare that you have that many metal bars in your map. I had this happen once before. It's called the Endless Artifact on my YouTube channel if you want to go watch it. The difference is that one took me like 8 minutes to read, I think. I wonder if that's the biggest artifact ever made in Dwarf Fortress. I'd almost be willing to bet that it is. Almost. Can I export it? What do you mean by export it? I mean, I could load the world up in Legends mode and just look it up. Actually, no, I can do it this way. I always get super fucking nervous, so I'm just gonna save and continue playing. You're pretty sure Plain Pact is bigger? That's probably a pretty close... It's probably pretty close, I don't know. But... Although I haven't read all of Plain Pact, so... I will go look it up in Legends. Give me 2 minutes. I just have to retire the fort, so I'm doing a safety save first because I don't trust it. Tough battle of what? Add 400 materials? Yeah, I don't know how many this had. Which one is big? Well, I mean, if we've beaten it, that would be bonkers. But I'm going to go wait for this to finish saving. Then I'll retire the fort. And then we'll go look. So I need to Retire the fortress for the time being. Yes, retire. Save world and return to save to new timeline. Legends for massive artifact. What was the name of the artifact? I know I read the name of it like a dozen times, but I'm too lazy to go click it now. No, it was the Magicians of something. Magicians of Killing, that was it. No, you have Export Legends is back already. The part that isn't back, Export Legends has been back for like a month in the main branch. The part that isn't back, whoops, for Export Legends is exports battle maps and land, but it will export all of the legends itself. But yes, Export Legends is back and has been back for a bit. They added it back in with the last patch. It's been back for a while, you just go look. Just not all of the features are back in yet. Oh, also, I know what I'm naming the video. The name of the video is going to be In Pigtail. By the way. In Pigtail. Oh, you can still do that, Druthers. But, like, you couldn't, what's the word? Increase the number of items they would get that way. But you could, like, if a dwarf claims, like, let's just say a metalsmith's forge, then safety save, region 2, Machinewaters. Where is it? Oh, I see what I need to do. Start a new game in existing world. That's what I need to do. That's this one. Pigtail is a plant. I think it's a real world plant too. But like the Dwarf Fortress version is nothing like the real world one. Yeah, it's like a type of flower. But pigtails in Dwarf Fortress are made up. These are real-life pigtails. There you go. That's it. That's the whole thing. Where does it save it? For the XML exports. It's been a fucking long time since I've done this. Also, a War Sim just patched, apparently. Does Dwarf even like Pigtail? I can't check right now. Oh, I think I see it. Yeah, I found them. Okay, so it's exporting. We'll give it a minute, and then I'll just stick it on Discord. Although if it's anything like the last one I exported, it might be like a gigabyte. Just a warning. You would buy a poster of the text if it looked like this screen. What about a t-shirt? Or a mug. Although I don't know if you could fit all of that on a mug. Also, I don't think it exports just this page. I'm pretty sure it exports all of Legends. So this might take a minute. Oh, there we go. Oh, nope, never mind. I think it finished. Be a long-ass mug. Tall mug, please. Trying to bait Twitter bots? Yeah, I hate those, the Twitter t-shirt bots. Makes me angry when I see those. Although, my favorite instance of merch for something was when Dwarf Fortress initially announced the merch, somebody took a screenshot of the merch and put the screenshot of the merch on a mug and then mailed it to themselves. That was pretty funny. It's like, I got the merch! Way ahead of everybody else! Those 1 liter beer. Steins, you mean? Investments are open, chat. Well, maybe I finally found something to commission from Elfie Bean. Because, been talking about collabing with Elfie Bean for a while. We're waiting for this to be done exporting. And I can't close Legends until then. Otherwise, it won't go through, I don't think. It's gonna be a very large XML file. So, chat, how you guys hanging in there? Out there in the world of, Blind read too long and now his brain isn't working properly. Because, like, I just... Man. Kind of curious about some of these people. Like that demon specifically, since we're here. The human, the goblin. Tiger. Elf. Titan. Back of your head hurts, so that's unfortunate. It's funny, it doesn't look that long when I look at it on this screen. But I guess it is. But it feels way less insane. I'm looking for it, the demon. Oh, there it is. The slate gray demon. This is Alice. The Hunger of Frightening was a slate gray demon. She was the only one of her kind, a huge tapir twisted into humanoid form with lidless eyes, and it undulates rhythmically. Its slate gray hair, beware its fire, was associated with misery. Yeah, it's actively kills stuff. It lives in fire dungeons. Oh, it's done exporting. Okay, it's 1.3 gigs. Let's see if I can put this on Discord or if Discord just yells at me. It's gonna be like, your file is too powerful. Yes. All right, let's zip it. By that, I mean 2. Pressed folder. Compressing it. Give it a sec. Yeah, this demon must be clashed with 924 elves, slaying 3. Good lord. Yeah, no, this there was a big fight in the disemboweled siege, where like 800 something elves attacked him. So this must be on the other continent. Like the continent that we can't get to. It's killed 33 elves and 33 other elves, basically. It worships the Scaly, and it's in charge of fire demons, which is a dark fortress. They built this fortress. Or fire dungeons, not fire demons. Fire dungeons is a cool name, though. Anything else? I should look up Toe Thief. Who runs Toe Thief? Okay, it's just, was founded in 28. Goblins are still settling. It's been a while since we, attacked them. We last attacked them in 304. And then it seems like ever since then, since 306, they've just started getting visitors and whatnot. Let's look up myself as... No, I can't remember my dwarf's last name. Because it's the king. Where are you? Done zipping that? Okay, so I've zipped it. It is now on Discord, the XML file. right, go dig through my legends if you want, chat room. Oh. Yes, it's a very old bug that's been in the game. That child was born without a skin tone, which can happen sometimes. The thing is, nobody noticed that that bug existed until this version of the game came out because, well, dwarves didn't have visible skin before. So it's a known bug that has been in the game since very early versions of the game, except it didn't matter in very early versions, so it's on the list of things to fix. It's a perfectly normal dwarf, will operate like a normal dwarf, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. You love this game? So what I'm thinking, chat, we make a t-shirt. Yep. That just has a picture of a chest with very tiny little detailed scribbles on it, right? And then just a block of text underneath it with every single thing that's on it. And if we can't fit the block of text underneath it, then we put the rest of it on the back of the shirt. And I guess we could also do it as a poster if you wanted. Sounds like a plan? Sure. My bet is nobody will buy it, or it will be my highest selling shirt. It'll be one of the two. That really kind of put me behind schedule. I had like a bunch of stuff I wanted to get done today, and now it's gonna be real hard to get that stuff done because, like, if you go over the limit, they will invade you. They will eventually invade you, yeah, if you go over the limit. Will they ever stop limiting you? No, but their limits are generally pretty reasonable, and in my opinion, it's just an excuse to go get yourself lava, because then you don't need trees anymore. Like this. Get yourself some lava. See y'all tomorrow. You're headed out. Unib, I swear to all that is holy. If you do that, if you do what that other dwarf just did, I'm not reading the artifact. Don't you get any funny ideas, dwarf? They're super cool. Well, if you like the mugs, there's a new mug design coming soon-ish, TM. Which I'm a tease again. I'm gonna drop this after I get back from my vacation because I've released too much stuff on the merch store recently. But boink. Well, what are you using the wood for? You've been seizing the elves' goods for 80 years. You must have a really good relationship with those elves outside of, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? You must have a really positive relationship with those elves. What about for, like, decorative purposes? For decorative purposes, this just only chop down small amounts. Or import it. Okay, cool. They've already begun a mysterious construction, thank God. Just like, import it from your dwarven faction. They'll bring you any type of wood you want. Like, I've gotten by for years without ever chopping down a tree. Yeah, you just have to live with the limit and import wood. bins? Bins can be made out of things that aren't wood. Wood is lighter. Your point. Why are you moving bins around? Bins go into stockpile and then don't move, and they make trading like a complicated mess. Also, yeah, you don't need to make barrels, like at all. So you move stuff like blocks? Okay, use wheelbarrows. Wheelbarrows negate the weight of stuff. I fucked up because of this bituminous coal, because this is going to burn for literally a year. Unib wanted to show us how to actually make an artifact and has created Mangmozamitsis, a dog bone bracelet, and offers it to the Machine of Oceans. This is a dog bone bracelet. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is made with their own puppy dog's bone and encircled with bands of iron and pig leather. Now that's an artifact, damn it. And wheelbarrows can move, I think it's like 100-something bins worth of things. So they put the whole bin into the wheelbarrow. Doesn't matter the weight of it. All I'm saying is if you use wheelbarrows, or if you use bins to move stuff, and you use wheelbarrows, it doesn't matter the weight of the bin. The bins can be made out of lead. Or minecarts, yeah. No pigtails, bad artifact, yeah, pretty much. So you learn bins don't have to be made of wood? Nope. Make metal bins. The exact same way. If there are wheelbarrows accessible in the stockpile, they will use the wheelbarrows. You have to add them to the stockpile. Same way you do anything else. You go to the stockpile, use stockpile, click on this, and add wheelbarrows. Super simple. I really like the way the upper floors of this fort are looking. It's like power lines with their axles spinning. Let's go across here. I might build a second floor on this at some point. Put some other stuff up here. Put like housing or something maybe. Then put more windmills on top of it. Speaking of moving things, we're going to get rid of this and get rid of this stockpile here, and then link this stockpile to a minecart and move all the stuff up via minecart. Because I need to get stuff up here. So I could probably go from here down to there. Gonna go knock that out. Okay, so they are going to go mine all this out. Then we can put a... Well, I can just delete this, deconstruct that, go into the minecart routes, and go metal stock, boop, delete it. I'm doing all right, Sombre. And yourself? Wait for all these to get knocked out. You missed some crazy artifacts. Apologies about the Windows noises. Okay. Also kind of need to transport this steel, but... And then from the end there, we're going to go here. To there. Got a claystone. How to make safe minecart entrance to fort. You don't. Dwarves don't use minecart for transportation. They don't use it as part of pathing. There is no way to make a safe minecart entrance to the fort. You can tell dwarves to ride a minecart, and it certainly ain't safe. Minecarts are for transporting stuff, not for transporting dwarves. Or for accidentally killing dwarves that you're trying to transport. You had real frustration today with your fortress? I'm sorry. We're going to construct a track stop right there. I'm going to make this for all metal ores. No. Not to my knowledge, anyway. Shit. What's up, dude? Thank you very much for the 50 bucks. What's going on? Did everybody get paid like yesterday or something? Stuff got crazy yesterday and it hasn't slowed down. What's up, B? How's things? No, you. Sheesh. Cheers. Hope my day's going well. I read an artifact that was way too long. Suited giraffe. Thanks for the $8. You're enjoying the content? Well, thank you. Means a lot. Thanks for helping keep it funded. Add 2 stops to this. Add a minecart to this route. We're going to pull from, whoops. Lost my location. We are going to load with metal ores. Going to collect from here. Going to glide this way. And I don't think it'll go fast enough to get pushed back. But we'll do that. And empty of desired items. There you go. I have no idea. It's just a bug that happens sometimes. I have no idea what the cause of it is. Should probably make a second one that transports bars from down here. Or at the very... Actually, you know what? No, I'll just do this. I will just do it this way. I think I did that wrong. Keep on, like, going... Wait, did I click the button? I guess I... Well... I've talked to Putnam about this bug, and that was one that she went, was her response. Don't know. No. Although she is easy to get in contact with her, just DM her. Dwarves being weirdos is nothing new. Yes. Dwarves being weirdos is, in fact, nothing new. In fragrance, what kind of dwarf would you like? You hate going through your 5-year-old code? Yeah, and Putnam's got a lot of work on her hands, and she seems to be doing a very good job, especially based on Tarn's blog post from the other day that now that... well, let's wait until the ad is over in Fragrance. Holler when you're through the ad. Because I'm also saving. When... the blog post on Bay 12 from the other day, Tarn basically stated that, now that Putnam is done with the code modernizing stuff, the SDL2 / multi-threading stuff, she's going to be working on UI. So she spent 6 months. What was the artifact? I'm not going to reread it. I can show it to you. It took me 40 minutes to read the description. But I was reading pretty quickly. A gypsum coffer. Raw meat. Not gonna scroll all the way through it because it hurts my wrist. But yes, that's the artifact. So you want to cook. I don't have a cook. I do have pressers and cheese makers. Herbalists. Millers. Pressers. Soap maker. A wood burner. Any of these tickle your fancy? Gelders, of course. Gesundheit, by the way. Raw meat. It's decreased in value. Yeah, they constantly recount things, and it's outside right now and getting rained on, so. He lives at a high-energy kinetic pace and does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he does not often feel lustful, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and doesn't often feel envious of others. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and talks to himself when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds the idea of fair dealing and foolish cheats. He finds the idea of fair dealing foolish and cheats whenever he finds it profitable. Believes that the time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and dreams of they're seeking a parley. I swear to God, if you want the... Dreams of raising a family. He likes limestone, steel, and red zircon, and short swords, and low boots, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the wonder of the lilacs of sight and the gloss of smiling. If impossible, prefers to consume prickleberry wine and absolutely hates cave spiders. So I'm going to accept the parley because I can't fight them. And if they want my chest, I'm gonna lock the door after the mayor gets back inside. No problem in fragrance. Are they also sending thieves? Oh no, never mind, they're kobolds. You know, these kobolds are tactically very smart. They sneak in during enemy sieges to have the highest chance of actually getting something. Why are you crying? Did your friend die? Oh no. Bilbus! No! We're murderers, chat. Yeah, we got lots of pigs, so I queue up cheese orders every so often. Run away! Get out, you can do it. Poor little bugger. Go get your vengeance. Get an item, you can do it. I have faith. Oh, you've trapped yourself, you stupid little kobold. What have you done? I really should just make them some coins and leave them outside. Ba-bum-bum-bum. I don't think kobolds have ever actually stolen something from one of my forts. I need to pay attention to the mayor. It's unfortunately more important. What? Terrified while in conflict. They're not attacking you, are they? Oh. That is a non-trivial sized enemy army. Watch him take the chest. He can't because it's constructed. He'd have to topple it, and they're not building topplers, which is why I constructed it. I've literally accepted the parley. Raining on you. I wonder why. When the Pope declares a crusade on you? That sounds like a very Pope-like thing to do. Bloody cultist. I wonder what spooked you. Woman speechless. Property of our people. Sure. I don't actually know what woman speechless is, but it's not the magicians of killing, which is my chest. What's up, Winch? Oh my god. Some of them are just straight up hostile already. Why are they hostile? You're breaking the parley. You motherfuckers. Traitorous goblins. They broke the parley. They murdered Ben. We agreed. The hell? You asinine fucks. Hold up. I don't think I actually need to pull that lever. But I'll pull it anyway. Or, yeah, no, I don't need to pull that lever. But I do need to get this pulled. So Nikolaf is now the mayor. Husband took over. Something tells me the parley is no longer on. Yeah, they did kill you, Ben. Well, your husband will live on and continue ruling this fortress. To me, this is because, like, you know, up until this point, we've been, like, somewhat peaceful with the goblins. You killed my mayor. Prepare to die. We will kill every single one of these bastards. Hold up. Do you have a very angry, forgotten beast? Like, where? Where did I put it? I know I haven't forgotten. There it is. Lyagoshka is still kicking and very happy. As happy as you can be. This is going to be a pain because I'm going to have to dig through aquifers, but I will have my vengeance. I was going to use this as a fireball dispenser for the front door once I actually build it. But instead, I think what needs to happen is it needs to be a method of removing the bads from existence. I hope you agree, chat room. That might be a bad idea. I mean, it doesn't fly though. I don't think. I hope not. It didn't fly in the caverns where we caught it. And let's just double check. Yeah, if it flew, it would have been able to fly over this tree, which it didn't. It just sat there. So I don't believe it'll be an issue. It's going to be fun. It's going to be something. That's for sure. Literally forgotten. Well, I mean, I remember it. I think you guys remember it too, right, chat? Wait. What? Steam Desktop's getting an update. We're getting the new Steam.
Today is Steam. We've rebuilt the Steam client on a brand new framework. This makes it easier and faster for us to ship features across desktop, Steam Deck, Big Picture, and mobile. Along the way, we gave Steam a fresh coat of paint. You'll see improvements across dialogues, menus, fonts, and more. We're also shipping new features and improvements to existing features. For example, notifications are now richer and more useful. You can control what you see and where. The in-game overlay has been redesigned with new layout options for better personalization.
Huh.
You've got a new game overview panel, an improved web browser, and introducing notes. You can jot down anything you might need to see at a glance. Your notes are stored in the cloud, so they're accessible from any Steam client you play on. Overlay panels are pinnable. You can customize their location and opacity for easy viewing while you're in-game.
Okay, that's kind of rad.
The technical work in this update makes for a better experience across all of Steam. It also enables hardware acceleration for the Mac and Linux versions of Steam, making everything faster and more responsive. As always, we love to hear from you, so please let us know what you want to see.
That's kind of neat. I need to-do lists in video games. Hopefully it doesn't crash. That's all I really hope for. We're just getting this all smoothed. All right. Okay, we just need someone to get up here with a pickaxe and mine this upwards. Come on, dwarves, get to it. Who's coming to mine this? You lazy dweebus? Ayagushka. Oh, there you are. I guess I would need to restart Steam, which would require restarting the game. I'll check next time I restart. where dwarves won't do dumping. It's not an issue. It's probably me. Is the stuff outside? Because they don't haul stuff from outside by default for garbage if it's rotting and like refuse. So you have to make sure that you have dwarves gather refuse from outside, and they don't ignore vermin remains. Outside of that, it is the lowest priority job for them to do, which means they just won't do it until every other task is complete. It's the last thing that they do. It's not an issue. It's just the way dwarves work. And this forgotten beast's like, let me at him! This is what these goblins get for breaking my parley. There goes PB. Bringing a door up. Macray's gonna go dig. You tried changing your standing orders and the only thing that's worked so far is retiring and unretired? Don't do that. Why in the world would you do that? Yeah, no, like, they will dump them. Do you have a garbage dump zone? Like one of these? Fix and orders and disappear when... Don't... No, no problem requires retire and unretiring a thing. All that retiring and unretiring your fort is going to do is it's going to clear all of your jobs and assigned tasks, thus removing all of the jobs, thus making it the only job that's less, thus making it the highest priority. So don't ever do that. This is why I don't have a billion standing orders, is because the dwarves are always busy that way, so they don't do things I want to do when I want them to do it, which is why I only ever have a couple of standing orders that I absolutely need. So having a million standing orders is a really bad idea. Don't do that. No, literally, like, it's just the lowest priority job for dwarves to do. So if you have other jobs for dwarves to do, they will do everything else in the fort, including socializing, before they will haul stuff. Patience will get you places. You are a very slow-moving dwarf. And that is not a heavy door. This dwarf is very weak, I guess. Considering they're a novice mace dwarf. That or has some sort of injury. But yeah, no problem in Dwarf Fortress requires you to retire and unretire your fort. So don't ever feel the need to do that. This is also why I recommend against people having a billion custom jobs. Because if you have a billion custom jobs and remove all the default ones, there might be like one job that requires a very specific thing that then is unassigned from all dwarves. Which I've seen people having problems with. Like, there was a stream I was watching where the person who was streaming was unable to get their dwarves to construct anything. And I asked to see their custom jobs, and they had a billion custom jobs. And I literally was just like, delete all of those. They turned them all off and turned the default ones back on, and the dwarves immediately completed the task. So it's like, just don't overthink things. Make sure there's dwarves available to do the tasks that are capable of doing the tasks. and assuming there's dwarves available that are capable, they will complete the task. It just might not be the first thing that they do. Okay, so we're gonna get this done, and chat, if you're lurking, you may want to look up, because I'm about to release a Forgotten Beast on a Goblin Siege. That's normal dwarven behavior, drinking. And socializing is an important task. If you desperately can't get it all done, go into labor, make a custom one, scroll down to, it's like all of the hauling stuff, make a hauling task like this. Remove everything else from their tasks and just let them do hauling tasks. And also you may want to include road building and lever operations and other jobs in that. Remove everything else, set everything else to nobody does this, and then just let it go. So once this gets tagged, I'm going to turn on the burrow. And then hopefully that'll make all the dwarves run inside, lock the door, unlock the door with the beast behind it, and tell it Geronimo. Ayagushka's coming to dig. Then there's me where I disable chores on the kids. Because I'd rather have happy kids. You better be good at running, Leia. No, True Freak. You betrayed our parley. Feel our wrath. Watch it just like fly into my fort and kill us all. The goblins begin to let loose their arrows as the creature emerges from the depths. The fireballs fly out. And, guess we're gonna have to wait out the siege after all. Well, you can't say I didn't try, okay? We'll have to figure out a new solution. Anyway, that was a fun thing to have happen. We've made progress, though. We got lava up to the surface, built enough power for the lava, made the world's longest artifact, and... or at least the longest artifact I've ever made in a fort. And, I think it's time to go play some System Shock. What do you think, chat? There you go. Happy to help. But yeah, never reclaim and retire a fort, Gobsnack. You're just wasting your own time. Tomorrow we will finish setting this up and start beginning our defensive structures. This is the most windmills I've ever put in a fort, by the way. So it looks kind of awesome. Let's actually see what this fort looks like in ASCII with all these windmills. Look at all the windmills just rotating. That looks kind of cool, actually. God, this fort looks rad. Gotta say. Mwah. Plenty of fun stories had happened. Goblins just murdered our mayor. We'll have to avenge him. Or something. Or avenge her or something. And, yeah. So, we will be continuing this monstrous fort tomorrow. on this channel. Stream ain't over though, but now is the opportunity for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. The YouTube audience. And we're gonna go play some System Shock. Unless you guys want to do a first look of something. What would you guys prefer? First look of something or System Shock? The first look of something is a chill game though. So not very high maintenance. Don Baron, what up? So our options are System Shock, which we've been playing, or we take a peek at Driftwood. Driftwood is a game about riding a longboard